It's time to rally behind a bigger vision, a bolder vision, one that will lead to new ideas that will have a lasting effect on the people most impacted by the criminal legal system. The Florida Rights Restoration Coalition presents to you Reimagining Justice 2021.
All up in Supreme Court, fighting for amendment vote. Screaming, let my people vote. We canvassing from door to door. We seeking 100% of citizens returning. This more than just a presidential election, we're concerning the county commissioner, Georgia sheriffs, and state attorneys. Now that we get a voice in this vote, they nervous. FRRC, all vote, all voice. That's you, that's me. FRRC, that's you, that's me. That's you, that's me. One vote, all voice, all dream, man. Come together as a team. All these votes matter. 1.5 million returning citizens. We done got over 80-something thousand of them registered.
Hello, I'm Erica Alexander. I'm an actress, a writer, a producer, an entrepreneur, and an activist. I would like to welcome you to the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition's FRRC's Reimagining Justice Conference. Reimagining Justice is a virtual conference engaging champions, activists, policymakers, and influencers, challenging us to think boldly about transforming our criminal justice system and creating a more vibrant democracy. Hosted by FRRC, this conference is designed for both grass tops and grassroots leaders to lift up innovative solutions that show us what is possible when we dare to break the mold and dream. When we reimagine what is possible. Our two-day program will feature thought-provoking, solutions-focused discussions that reimagine policing and accountability, incarceration and prisons, democracy, second chances, and people-centered legislation. There is a powerful story being told in Florida. It's a story about people whose voices have been silenced and overlooked for too long. People like Desmond Meade, the executive director of FRRC. Until 2018, people in Florida with past convictions like Desmond were not able to vote. Their voices were silenced. Now, because of Desmond and the FRRC, over 1.4 million Florida citizens with past felony convictions have been liberated. They no longer face a lifetime ban on voting. Their voices transform the narrative, values, beliefs, and behaviors of people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system. Through their hard work and leadership, Florida's returning citizens and their families make us reimagine justice. We are glad that you are joining us on this journey as we discuss what is possible. For years, I have worked as a critical thought leader on racial and gender equity and leadership. My company, Color Farm Media, lifts the voices of those who need to be heard in these discussions. So I'm honored to be here to help kick off FRRC's Reimagining Justice Conference by introducing Desmond Meade. Desmond Meade is a formerly homeless, returning citizen who overcame many obstacles to eventually become the president of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, chair of Floridians for a Fair Democracy, and a graduate of Florida International University College of Law. As president and executive director of FRRC, which is recognized for its work on voting and criminal justice reform issues, Desmond led the organization to a historic victory in 2018 with the successful passage of Amendment 4, a grassroots citizens initiative that restored voting rights to over 1.4 million Floridians with past felony convictions. Amendment 4 represented the single largest expansion of voting rights in the United States in a half a century and brought an end to 150 years of a Jim Crow era law in Florida. Recognized by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people in the world, For 2019, Desmond presently leads efforts to empower and civically re-engage local communities across the state and reshape local, state, and national criminal justice policies. Please welcome force of nature and my wonderful friend, Desmond Meade.
Thank you, Erica. It is definitely an honor to share the stage with you. We are so fortunate to have you as a friend and as an energized addition to our growing list of FRRC ambassadors. As an artist and activist, your work has inspired so many of us and have dared us to dream, to reimagine a better world for ourselves. It is in the spirit of imagination that I welcome those of you who have tuned in today. Whether you're a returning citizen, ally, or someone who just want to find out more about our issues or movement, I am excited to welcome all of you to Florida Rights Restoration Coalition's Reimagining Justice Conference, a conference that would challenge you and inspire you to imagine a better world, a conference that would dare you to break the mold and dream, a conference that seeks to empower you and turn your dreams into a reality. As returning citizens and emerging electorate, or new group of voters, we are poised to shape our own narrative and pave the way for implementing criminal justice and democracy policy reform throughout the state of Florida. And in the process of doing so, inspire many of our fellow returning citizens or formerly incarcerated and convicted colleagues throughout the United States. Simply put, we got the juice, y'all, and a sleeping giant has awakened. In 2018, we led the successful passage of Amendment 4, which restored voting rights to 1.4 million returning citizens. And in spite of the roadblocks that was placed in front of us, in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic, chapter members across the state phone banked, sent texts, and canvassed their communities. And as a result, over 278,000 of us and our family members voted in the 2020 presidential election. You heard that right, over 278,000. We also turned out during our primary elections and played a role in ushering in new state attorneys, sheriffs, and judges, and re-electing policymakers that have embraced reform. In spite of the obstacles, we showed up. There is now over 200,000 returning citizens who are registered voters, and our numbers are growing every day, and that's huge. It's huge because in the past, most, if not all of us, was not allowed to vote. Our voices were silenced, and we were forced to rely on others to be our voice. But today we have a voice. Today, many of us can now vote, and as voters, the power of our vote gives us a greater opportunity to dare to dream of a better world for us, our family, and our communities. With our vote, we possess the power to transform our world because now we are empowered to transform our reimagination into legislation that would tear down barriers to reentry. We are now empowered to transform our reimagination into policies that will promote our humanity and increase public safety. We are now empowered to transform our reimagination into a world where access to democracy is not denied and the pursuit of life, happiness, and liberty is afforded to all. Over the next 2 days, we will get to hear from returning citizens champions, activists, policymakers, and influencers, people with varying areas of expertise, experience, and perspectives. People who will share with us their thoughts and imaginations of a different world, different policies, and a different narrative about returning citizens. We are excited to have some of the brightest minds and inspirational leaders with us. So during these sessions, I encourage you all to listen to the different perspectives and dare to imagine along with our panelists. During our conference, you will always also hear what we've heard from you. Since 2017, we have continuously surveyed thousands of returning citizens here in Florida. You have told us the issues that are important to you, and we have listened. As a result of your responses, we will be unveiling the FRRC policy platform around these very same issues. These platform items are not absolute, but rather a start in a journey of transformation. From this platform will eventually spring an even bolder vision of an evolved world for us, because we will continue to push the boundaries of our imagination. As people who are closest to the pain, people who have firsthand experience of being policed, prosecuted, and incarcerated, our experience and trauma have informed us. We know the challenges of dealing with the collateral consequences of our felony conviction, the difficulty of finding a job, housing, and even getting an education. We know the experience of having to combat the narrative or stereotype of who we are. And we definitely know what it feels like to feel like we can't do anything about it, to feel like our voices didn't matter, or that we don't even have a voice at all. And in those moments of frustration or defeat, we know what we imagine we wish the world would be. We know in those moments what we imagine about how we wanted society to treat us. While during those times, what we imagine may have seemed fleeting, or just a dream never to be realized, today, I want you to know that those very same dreams can now become a reality, and you have the power to make it so. So sit back, relax, and join us on this journey for the next 2 days. A journey where we will be inspired to reimagine our world. A journey where we'll be challenged to turn our imagination into action. A journey to a better future for us all. Just like the rest of you, I have my computer right in front of me, tuned into our conference, and I can't wait to get started and dive into an amazing agenda. So I am both pleased and excited to hand over the reins to our co-host for the convening, FRRC's Deputy Director Neil Volz, and FRRC's Organizing Data Specialist, Tanisha Johnson. Take it away, guys.
Wow, what a great beginning to the Reimagining Justice Conference. Thanks to Eric Alexander, thanks to Desmond Meade for laying the groundwork for what we know is going to be an amazing conference. My name's Neil Volz. I'm the Deputy Director of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I'm a returning citizen. That means I'm a person with a past felony conviction. And I'm excited that you're here today. We're going to have so many wonderful conversations. We're going to dig deep into this idea of what does it mean to reimagine justice. And we're going to encourage people to get involved in their communities, to get engaged in advocacy. And I'm just so excited and grateful that they're here. And I want to introduce my friend and colleague, Tanisha.
Thanks, Neil. So I want to just say Desmond's speech was powerful. His vision, it was moving. It made me want to get active in my community. I'm Tanisha Johnson, the data manager for Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. And guess what? I too am a returning citizen. And by me being a returning citizen, that means that I actually need to get active in my community. I care about what's going on out there. I care about the democracy and what happens to my children. I care about what happens to my children's children. So Reimagining Justice 2021 is definitely an important conference that you should be a part of, and it's going to make you want to get up and get active in your community. Back to you, Neil.
Well, I could not be more excited. We've got an incredible first panel that's lined up, that's actually hosted by Desmond, and we've got some incredible panelists. We've got Marcus Bullock, who's the CEO of Flick Shop. We've got Piper Kerman, the author of Orange is the New Black. And we've got Tarra Simmons, who's a state representative in Washington. And all members of this panel are returning citizens, and they're going to talk about reimagining returning citizens. Put your seatbelts on, because this conference is moving, and we cannot wait for this first panel.
Well, thank you, Neil and Tanisha, for such a wonderful transition, and welcome everybody to our kickoff panel, Reimagining Returning Citizens. With me today on the panel is Marcus Bullock, who is the founder of Flick Shop. We have Piper Kerman, who is the author of Orange is the New Black, that was turned into one of the most popular Netflix series, at least if you let my wife tell it. And then we have Tarra Simmons, who is the co-founder of Civil Survival and the newly elected representative for the 23rd District in the state of Washington. Welcome, everyone. Well, listen, we have the Reimagining Justice Conference that just kicked off. We just heard a beautiful introduction by Erica Alexander, of course, Neil, myself, and Tanisha, right? Where we're really challenging people to reimagine what justice looked like. Right? And so we're going to be hearing throughout this conference from elected officials. We're going to be hearing from practitioners. We're going to be hearing from returning citizens, talking about different aspects of the criminal justice and reentry systems, right? But, you know, in spite of all of this good stuff that we're going to hear later on, I think that it is very important for us to set the tone, because the most important factor in all of this conversation is who? The person that's been impacted by our criminal justice system, the returning citizen or formerly incarcerated person. And so we wanted to really just start this conversation or start this conference off with a discussion about what does a returning citizen look like? How could we reimagine, right, who that individual is that was convicted of a felony offense, may or may not have served time in prison and have been released, right? And so my first question to each of you on the panel is, can you reimagine what a returning citizen would look like, and what would that be? Marcus, can we start off with you?
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Desmond. And one of the things I'm grateful for about your servant leadership is your uncanny ability to be able to always recenter the conversations back on the people who matter the most. I'm super grateful for that. And I'm obviously immensely grateful for being on this panel with both Piper and Tarra, who I respect so much. One of the things that I really get excited about is when we have these kinds of conversations dealing with returning citizens and erasing some of the stigma and the stereotypes that are attached to people like me who live in this world with a felony conviction on their record, is trying to figure out how to do exactly what you want to do and say, are we even reimagining it, right? Before we get to the point and say, how do we do that? Are we ready to get to a place in the country where we are doing that? And I think that we're doing a great job of starting these conversations simply because the majority of us are leading these conversations, like you point out in your book, with love. And I think that once we begin to understand as a community how we can leverage empathy and love to be able to begin to start the process of reimagining it, I think that that's the thing. Now, I stand with a group of people who are coming out of prisons every day who want to be fathers, brothers, sons, uncles, the people that we will obviously love inside of our family dynamics, but just happen to have an F on their chest that stands for felony. But I also represented a group of people who want to come out of these prison cells and be entrepreneurs, leaders in their communities, and be able to give back in demonstrable ways. I'm hoping that after conversations like today, we can not only begin to think about what it looks like to want to reimagine what a returning citizen looks like, but also we'll be able to see some of the faces of what success can look like after prison.
Thank you so much for that, Marcus. What about you, Piper?
You know, I always think that imagination sort of stands in defiance of limitations. And we all know that there are, I think there are more than 40,000 statutes on the books, which represent limitations on, any of our aspirations. But I love the idea of reimagining justice because it just reminds us that you can't accept those limitations. And most people who have been through the system have been confronting limitations imposed upon them for most of their lives, whether that's in the vectors of race or class. There's all kinds of different ways in society that people have limits put upon them. And we also struggle with the limitations that come from within us. But when we are hopeful and imaginative and, dare to dream, that's when we really can either shatter those limitations or evade them or, overcome them in one way or the other. I think all the folks who you are going to be hearing from during this conference are going to give examples of refusing to accept a limitation put upon them. So that's what I really think about when I think about reimagining justice.
Piper, thank you for that. You actually set up my next question, but before I get to that, I want to go ahead and give Representative Simmons an opportunity to give her view about reimagining a returning citizen.
Yeah, thank you so much, Desmond. It's really hard to follow both Marcus and Piper because they both speak so eloquently about reimagining, folks who are returning home after incarceration. And I really love what Marcus had mentioned about, the labels we put upon people, father, brother, uncle, and, elevating those human stories helps invoke empathy and helps people that maybe don't understand formerly incarcerated folks to connect to them. And so I think we've done a really good job over the last 5-10 years about elevating human stories in the media and in our communities, and we've seen a lot of success. But like Piper mentioned, it's the collateral consequences so often make us think that we can't do something. But I've always been about, one thing I did actually when I was imagining, building my nonprofit was to think if I had no barriers, what would I do? And I sat for like a week and just meditated on what I would do if I had no barriers. And that invoked me to dream. And when we go through an exercise like that, if you have no barriers, what is it that makes you happy? What do you want to do? And then you know what? We find a path. We are resilient people and we find a path. There's always a way. But one thing I've been doing now that I'm a new elected legislator is really trying to help my colleagues who don't understand know the stories of the people who end up incarcerated and what they went through before they got there, right? And hopefully that helps to develop some empathy so then we can dismantle these collateral consequences together.
Wow, I appreciate that answer. Piper, when she was talking, some of the phrases that just struck me was when she was like, defy limitations, shatter limitations, right? And let me tell you, it's not by chance that you all are on this panel, because I think each of you all have demonstrated through your life journey about how we can shatter limitations that maybe the system or society may try to impose on a person with a felony conviction. And so I want to give each of you an opportunity. I want to start with you, Tarra, to really just talk about that life journey, right? That coming from that place, right, where society said you would never amount to anything to where you're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a journey full of ups and downs, I came from generations of poverty and trauma and addiction and incarceration. Every single person in my family has been impacted and has been incarcerated and has suffered. And so I was the first person to even graduate high school. That was after living on the streets, being trafficked as a young girl, becoming a mom at a young age. And I think it's important whenever I talk about my journey, I want folks to know that backstory, because that is the thing that invokes a little bit of empathy when we're talking about changing policy. And it's been a long journey, and today I am healthy and I am safe, and that's the only reason I'm able to do the things I do. And running for office, going to law school, fighting the Supreme Court, it's taken a large community of people too. I couldn't be here without my support system, and that includes everyone in the national formerly incarcerated movement who has stood beside me to get to where I'm at. And now I'm just about opening up those doors and giving back. It's been a long journey, and I'm blessed.
Wow. So I want to make sure that what you said is not lost on people. I mean, from what I just heard, you went from homelessness and drug addiction, right, to actually an attorney, graduating law school, to now being an elected official, right, in your legislature of your state, right? Am I correct with that?
Yes, you are correct.
All right. And so when you talk about when you were homeless and you was addicted to drugs, were there times when you could not see? Did you see yourself being an elected official?
Never. I didn't even know what an elected official was back then, right? I was so far removed from our democracy and civic engagement. My parents weren't voters either. They were in their addiction and struggling. So I never imagined that. It's been a process. And I just know when I lean into every opportunity and do the next right thing and lean on my faith and lean on my recovery, lean on my community, doors keep opening all along the way if you just do the next right thing and reach out instead of going back, right? When you have a struggle, reach out to your community. And that's, putting together a whole bunch of days all at once has led to this. I never imagined though, I never.
Wow. What about you, Piper? Tell us a little bit about your journey.
Oh, well, my early life stands in some contrast to Tarra's in that I had a really safe childhood, and I was really fortunate in that regard. And I had, access to great education, and many of the things that we know help provide for a clear path. But we also know that, all people in between the ages of 15 and 25, particularly, are in sort of a decade of risk, right? Risk-taking behavior is actually quite normal, but kids take the risks that are in front of them. I wasn't a kid, I was an adult when I broke the law. And the way my story worked out, I wasn't held accountable for that crime until 10 years later. And those folks who have read my book or who have watched the Netflix series sort of know some of those facts. I really remember when I was still on pretrial, and it was clear that I was going to be sent to prison, thinking, I've thrown my entire life away. I've messed up to an unimaginable extent, and I've destroyed my own life. And I remember while I was incarcerated, everyone who's been through that experience knows that prison is not there to build you up, it's there to tear you down. And I just wasn't really willing to accept that from the state. And I was very intent during my time of incarceration that I was going to be the best person I was capable of. And I tried to think about that both in terms of my day-to-day interactions with anyone, all the other women who I was incarcerated with, whose journeys I was also observing and a little bit of a part of, when you're incarcerated, you're a tiny part of everyone else's story that you come in contact with. And I also thought about it in terms of my own hopes and dreams and aspirations. And I didn't know when I was incarcerated that I would write this book. I made that decision after I came home. And I made that decision because the only thing I was really good at is storytelling. That's the thing that I had learned how to do. I had studied theater when I was an undergraduate, and I had, worked professionally in sort of storytelling professions, advertising and marketing and those kinds of things. And what I knew how to do was to tell a story. And people ask me all the time now, did you expect that things would turn out this way? Did you think that, you'd write a bestseller? Did you think that it would be turned into an Emmy award-winning series? And my answer is always that I always couch it around writing, that every writer has to fantasize success, otherwise they wouldn't ever finish anything. But I think for criminalized people and for those of us who have survived a prison sentence, having the daring to dream, to imagine, the greatest possible success, whatever that means to you, is so important. Because, as we all know, the prison system is there to tell you every single day that you're nothing and that you deserve nothing and that you'll never be anything. And so you have to draw down on a lot of strength, both internally and, as Tarra said, also from your support system, whatever that might be, whether that's people within your faith, within your blood family, within your chosen family. But that's the thing that I really think about when I think about reimagining justice. It's having the strength to be hopeful, even though sometimes your circumstances do not encourage hope. But that's really what it means to be human, right? To be human is to hope for a better day the next day and for the best possible thing that you aspire to.
So Piper, you said something that really stuck out. Matter of fact, you said about 2-3 times. You said that prison was not meant to build you up, but it's designed to tear you down, right? And so my question to you is, do you think that's the same thing with society, right? As a person with a felony conviction, you know, our system set up when a person is released from periods of incarceration or supervision, our system set up to build people up or tear people down?
I think that it's a system that is designed to exclude not only individuals, but communities of color, poor people, you know, people who have suffered from substance use disorder, people who are trans, you know, there's all kinds of different marginalizations that turn up in the criminal legal system. And you hit the nail on the head, Desmond, that it's an enduring sentence. You know, I completed my sentence. You know, I got out of prison in 2005 and I completed my probation 2 years later. And I'm a very fortunate person. And just like everyone on the panel, you know, I've achieved a lot since I was incarcerated and since I completed my sentence. But there are still things that limit my full participation as a citizen. And those include things like voting that you have fought on, but still simple things like, you know, not being able to chaperone my son at a school trip, you know, by statute in many and most states. So there are all kinds of ways where a conviction, even a conviction for sometimes a very low level offense, will stay with you forever. And, you know, and it doesn't really matter whether the offense is a serious one or whether the offense is a minor one. You know, when you've completed your sentence, you should regain your full rights of citizenship in every regard.
Thank you so much. So Marcus, your turn, man. Tell us that journey.
Piper mentioned the 15 to 25-year-old brain and how it makes crazy, you know, you're putting yourself at risk. I think that was the words that Piper used. And I was definitely that 15-year-old kid that was, that didn't understand the legal ramifications of the decisions that I was making, even as on the night that my best friend and I, who was 16 at the time, while I was 15, where we went to go commit a carjacking in a shopping mall parking lot. The very next day, we were arrested after that carjacking. And while I didn't understand what was really going, I don't know if I really understood the magnitude of what was really going on. I was a sophomore in high school with, you know, my biggest issue at that time was like whether or not I was going to be able to wear the Kenneth Cole t-shirt that my girlfriend bought me after winter break. Like that was like, I was like going to crush him after winter break. I promise you, I really was. And I just became a starting shooting guard for my high school basketball team. Like that was that was, you know, the world that I lived in at that time. And then I had to learn new words, new vocabulary words, you know, consecutive and concurrent sentences and arraignment. And, you know, I remember when my lawyer first, you know, was, you know, asking me these questions that I learned around discovery. You know, he's like, you know, did they read you your Miranda rights? I'm like, who was Miranda? I didn't carjack nobody named Miranda. It was a guy. I didn't know who, like, I literally didn't understand what was happening. And then, you know, a few months later, because I never made bond, so I stayed in the adult jail because they certified me as an adult. I got sentenced to 8 years in adult maximum security prisons as a 15-year-old for that carjacking. And I mean, it was transformative for my life, obviously, as a teenager growing up in prison and spending the rest of my teenage years in my early 20s growing up inside of a prison cell. I mean, I went through puberty in prison, right? Like I was very, very young and adolescent when I went there. But while it became dark and hopeless and depressed during that time, my mom, who was, you know, wanting to emote and love on me and hug on me, and she wanted to cry with me in the visiting room. I'm like, Mom, you can't be crying with me in the visiting room. What's wrong with you? You know, like she made a decision to say, you know, I want to ensure that you don't get caught up in side of the perceived culture that happens, that's built in these kinds of prisons, I want you to understand that there is life after this, Marcus, because there is going to be a future for you that you probably just can't see right now. And while I couldn't see it, further than me. I was a 15, 16, 17-year-old kid when my mom made a promise to me in the visiting room to write me a letter or send me a picture every day for the remaining 6 years of my prison sentence. And while I didn't understand at the time what that was going to do for me, as time grew and some of my same brothers who, my friends who became my brothers in that cell, you grew up in this kindred spirit in these cells. They were the ones that were also being able to latch on to mail call when they knew that I would get mail every day from my mom. They would look forward to these pictures in these letters. We created this new content and conversation in these housing units as a result of my mom's photos and the letters. And I'm not talking about like intentional photos. I'm talking about my mom was the Instagram before Instagram, taking pictures of cheeseburgers, writing me letters with a promise that one day I'm gonna eat a fat, juicy burger when I come home, right? And that it allowed us to be able to be more human as a part of a world that would, like Piper had mentioned, was there censored to sort of beat you up. When I first got to prison, the warden was walking down the hallway at the receiving center where I was, and he was like, "Oh man, you're literally the youngest person that's ever been here before. Welcome to the big leagues, young man. Now you'll see what's really." And like having that way of walking in that way of thinking from just a warden, like I knew that things were going to be different for us. Now fast forward to 2004 when I came home, it was only as a result of my mom's consistent love for me. When everyone else pivoted and went left, my mom made sure that she went right and was like, I'm going to make sure I love on my son. And that was the turning point that allowed me to be able to come home and see the world that she saw. I saw my bedroom before I came home because of her photos. I saw the kind of car that she drove because of her photos. I knew the church members and watched them grow, right? And so I was a part of a community simply as a result of my mom taking the action. And so what we wanted to do was try to figure out how to allow for similar families that were going through this horrible time in their lives to experience the same thing that my mom did for me. And one of the reasons why we created Flick Shop, which is something I'm very, very grateful for now.
Wow. Wow, that was great, Marcus. Listen, and as you were talking, you said something that triggered something that Piper didn't say but insinuated, that triggered something that Representative Simmons kind of insinuated, right? And I really want to touch, I want all three of you all to just briefly talk on this, right? And it's going to be, I'm going to ask you to speak to the audience on this one, okay? When you were talking, Marcus, because you was direct filed as a juvenile, right? Which had me start thinking that when we were kids growing up, we had a vivid imagination of things that we wanted to be, whether we wanted to be a doctor or a lawyer or a movie star or whatever, right? And at some point in our lives, something happened, right? Right? And kind of killed those dreams, right? And we became incarcerated, right? And we had this system that, as Piper said, was designed to tear us down. So it wasn't trying to tell us that we could still be a doctor, we could still be a lawyer, we could still be a actor or actress or whatever. It was telling us that because we're now incarcerated, because we're convicted of a crime, we could forget about those things, right? And so somewhere along the line, that dream died. And so what I want to ask each and every one of you all to do, because obviously, you all have overcome those limitations. And that's what I keep wanting to reemphasize. That's what this panel is about, because there are people and there are policymakers that are looking at this, right, that may have a different view of a person with a felony conviction. But for this question, I want you to talk to that formerly incarcerated person. I want you to talk to that person that's probably even currently incarcerated or currently on probation, and tell them, give them some type of inspiration about how they can be daring, right, to dream again. I want to start with you, Marcus, on that.
Yeah, man. I mean, this, I love this question, to be honest. I mean, this used to be a really hard one for me. And then I had to dig deep and say, what was the differentiating factor between me and a lot of my brothers who I grew up with in the housing units, right? And here's the reality. The reality of it is that I ain't a unicorn. I'm not an anomaly. You know what I mean? Like, there are 600,000 people that are coming home every year that can replicate a lot of the successes that the people on this panel have had in their lives. But I think that one of the things that I think that did separate me in the earlier years is my unwavering belief that no matter what it is that I thought that I could do, I could do. Like, simply, I knew, like, no matter what it is that I believed about myself, I was right. When I believed that I could be an entrepreneur, and I believed that I could come home. When I was in prison, Desmond, man, I was at St. Bride's Correctional Center when I got a Virginia Pilot newspaper, and on the cover of the Virginia Pilot newspaper was the story of a developer who had just built a Marriott hotel in Virginia Beach. And I'm like 18, 19 years old. I'm reading this like, oh, wait a minute, time out, flag on the plate. You mean to tell me that there's a person that owns a hotel? You mean to tell me that I don't even know if I ever thought about where hotels came from and how you could build a hotel, who owns a hotel, right? But I'm like, there's a person. How much bread do you got to have that? And I started to read literally because I'm like, I can imagine how much money you have, but I want your kind of bank account where you can buy and build a hotel on a beach, right? And that was the beginning of just seeing that it was possible that you could do something, right? And when I saw what the possibilities were, when I was exposed to that, I started to build the social capital, even in my buildings, the people around me that would believe in me and say, Marcus, you actually could do this thing. I want to help you and participate with you in this new stock market game that you want to play with this imaginary money, right? Because I believed during that time that I could do it. And just simply believing that I could was the demonstrable difference maker between me and other people who didn't, because they believed that it was going to be very challenging when they came home. They weren't going to be able to get a job. They believed that their family members were going to beat them up and force them to be able to go get some random job that they didn't want to be able to have to take simply because they needed to help pay bills and contribute to the family. They believe in that snowballed for them, where things snowballed in a different direction for me simply because I believed, and what I believed was right.
Representative Simmons, you have this young lady, her name is Susan, right? Susan is a drug addict. She was convicted. She did 60 days, right, in jail, and they released her to a drug treatment facility. Susan just so happened to get registered for the Reimagining Justice Conference, and she's looking at you right now. What can you tell her?
Thank you, Desmond. What I can tell her is to do herself a favor and sit down and think about, if she had no barriers, what would she want to do with her life? What would bring her joy? And for me, the idea of becoming an attorney was something so foreign when I was in prison. And what inspired me to even think about that was some volunteer attorneys who came into the prison and were helping us with our child custody issues. And I asked them, do you think I could be a lawyer, even with my criminal background? And they didn't know at the time, but I remember writing in my journal about my dream to become an attorney and taking information they gave me and wrote it down in this journal. And after I got home and I was working at a fast food restaurant, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to provide for my own kids. I got my kids back, I got housing, all this stuff. I remember reading through that journal. And at the same time, a book came to my attention of Sean Hopwood, who had gone on to become an attorney. And I got that book and I read it, and then I found him. And so it's, I believe, in destiny and higher power and all this stuff, but it doesn't have to be, becoming an attorney for everyone, right? It's like whatever's going to bring you joy. But then if you reach out and you continue to build your network, you'll find other people who have gone on that journey and be connected to them and find yourself a mentor. Find yourself a support system. You have to have that before you can do anything, before you can be successful You have to have a support system. But if you keep leaning on your support system, nothing will stop you, because there's always a way, right? No matter what the barrier, the laws that man puts upon us, you can get a pardon. There's always a dream, and there's always a way to get it. And just don't give up. Keep reaching out, keep building your community, stay on the right path, and really anything is possible.
Piper, guess what? You got Barbara and Elizabeth, right? They're both now sitting in the cell, and they're looking up at the TV there, and they're broadcasting Reimagining Justice, because it just so happened that jail wants to encourage people to improve their lives. What are you going to tell Barbara and Elizabeth right now?
I mean, I would draw their attention to the fact that both Marcus and Tarra talked about narratives and stories, right? Marcus talked about the stories that his mother was sharing with him over prison walls via those photographs. Like, photographs tell a story, whether it's a still photograph that captures just one moment, or all the succession of photographs which told the story of 8 years of a family, and helped remind him who he was, not just the person when he was wearing however numbers. I had 8 numbers on my uniform, but that was a story that was really important to Marcus. And Tarra mentioned her journal, which recorded her dreams. Those are the stories she was telling herself while she was incarcerated. And then during, some of those challenging moments of reentry, she returned to those stories to remind herself, everything that she was capable of and everything that she dreamed of. I came home from prison, and I, was lucky. I had a safe place to live. I started work right away. Those things are big barriers for people. And I was like, I just, witnessed, a great injustice in terms of how our criminal legal system functions, the things that I had seen of other women's lives. And I didn't know what I was going to do about it, but I knew that I had to do something about it. And the thing that I knew how to do was to tell stories. And I had never published anything before. I had never written anything for publication. So to dare to dream that you could write a book about your own experience as a person who wears a whole bunch of labels, right? Convict, felon, all those words that people put on us. But I did dare to dream it, and I got a lot of support. I got encouragement, and it's very important to tell the stories that, help you both understand, your past, and also help you imagine your future, and to surround yourself with the people who will encourage the things that you dream for yourself and also for the wider world. I mean, we all have things that we want for ourselves, but our most important desires are the ones that connect us to other people. And yeah, I mean, I think that's what I would remind people, is that stories, and not everybody likes to write, right? Not everyone is a prose writer or a poet. Some people tell stories by painting or drawing. I mean, everyone has their own way of making stories in their life. But I would say, especially for anyone who is incarcerated right now, but also for everyone who's survived the system, that making space in your life to tell stories is really important. That helped me make sense of the person I had been when I committed my crime. And it also helped me make sense of the person who was so resilient to navigate the system and survive it. And it also helped me imagine, a better world for myself and for all the women that I did time with. So that narrative piece is really, really important, regardless of whether people think of themselves as a writer or a painter or a singer or, an artist. We all have stories inside of us, and those stories are really important.
Thank you for that, Piper. And when you were talking, you talked about a narrative and words that people put on us. You know, and I think that, you know, when we talk about trying to reimagine what a returning citizen look like, one of the things, the challenges that we have is that for so many years, for decades, you know, we've had policymakers that has thrown some words, some very divisive words at us to try to define what type of returning citizen that we are. Preferably, the words I'm talking about now are violent and nonviolent, you know. And to Marcus, I know that you actually did a piece not too long ago in the Atlantic, I believe. And I'm interested in your thoughts around that distinction between, or that narrative that tried to separate, say, violent from nonviolent folks who've been in the system.
Yeah, Desmond. I mean, it was one of the things that, I'm really, I think a lot about, and I become growingly more passionate about, especially as the conversations centered around the collateral consequences and highlighting them of incarceration have begun to, become a part of the forefront of a lot of these conversations. And when we think about how to eliminate some of these barriers that create these massive walls for people that are coming out of these cells and trying to figure out how to jump over these hurdles, it frustrates me to think that a lot of them are being reserved for people who have a nonviolent offense. And it's interesting because the reason why that really hurts me is because as I think about what has been available to me and, my best friend, Dwayne, who was my co-defendant at the time, it has been challenging for us to be able to figure out how to navigate those waters simply because we had a carjacking, convicted of carjacking crime, which is considered to be a violent offense. And it's very interesting because I'm like, now we're generalizing and precluding these people, me specifically, from a lot of the opportunities that folks would have simply because the police caught me for a crime that I committed later on in that evening, because they had caught me for a crime that I committed earlier in that evening, like smoking weed in the backseat of a car, which would have been a nonviolent offense because we would have had a controlled substance in the backseat of the car. Then that would have been the thing that would have said, hey, Marcus, you're now eligible because we caught you an hour, before. You're now eligible for all of these different. I'm reluctant to use the word benefits, but the different opportunities that I would have been afforded had I gotten convicted of a nonviolent offense. And as I think about my best friends who I grew up in these cells with because of the way that my judge sentenced me to spend time in maximum security institutions, the thousands of men that I was around majority of us had violent offenses. And these are some of my brothers. These are some of the smartest men that I've ever met. Some of the most caring and empathetic men that I've ever met. The men that wanted to help shape me as I was a growing kid inside of a prison, still continuing to make bad decisions as a child, still in prison, when they were like, Marcus, no, dude, you got 8 years. You actually have an opportunity when you come home. You're one of the smart ones. And if you don't make it, bro, how we going to think that we can make it? So we need you to make it, right? Like these are what they cared about me genuinely. And to think that they would potentially come home and not be afforded some of the same opportunities simply because of how it reads on the classification in their paperwork is scary for me. And I'm adamant about trying to figure out how to find ways to elevate the stories of these amazing men and women, so that we can begin to create the empathy that Tarra alluded to earlier, that will help us to change some of these barriers that have been erected for the same folks.
Tarra, I see you nodding your head. You want to add some thoughts to this?
Absolutely. This is, something I'm really in the trenches with right now. And, I'm a person that was convicted of a violent offense too. And so, and I have, other offenses also. And, I think it goes back to, again, talking about what led to the prison, to the period of incarceration. When we can elevate and highlight you know, adverse childhood experiences, for example, and how hurt people and draw it to research. And then, you know, yesterday I was really excited that my voting rights bill got off the Senate floor. It's gone through both chambers now. And this was an argument last night, and it has been, you know, but what about people convicted of, you know, this crime or that crime? And, you know, it was a heated debate, and there were attempts to try to carve out certain populations. And we stood strong, and we talked about how, you know, people convicted of an offense have done their time. Now they're home in our community. And we got through, you know, legislation last night without any carve outs based on offense type. As soon as you exit incarceration, without the payment of legal financial obligations, fines and fees, you know, every single person, as soon as you exit prison, even if you're on community custody parole, you can vote in Washington State. And now it's just waiting for the governor to sign. So
that's amazing.
Yeah, yeah. And so these arguments, though, about, you know, there's a population that's deserving and a population that's not deserving. I mean, we've seen this play out over and over and over again throughout the history of our country, and around deserving groups and non-deserving groups. But again, if you can, you know, and I really get upset about survivor versus defendant binary. So, you know, one of the strategies I've been using to help overcome this, you know, violent versus non-violent binary and who's deserving is really to talk about survivors and really bring in survivors of crime also to join our work and talk about, you know, reimagining a system that works for everybody, because this current system is not working for survivors either. Mm-hmm. And oftentimes we carry both labels. You know, I think I mentioned in my opening remarks, you know, I was trafficked as a young girl. I've been abused so many times in my life, and you know, hurt people. And I'm not just a formerly incarcerated person, I'm also a survivor. And I'm not going to let people take that away. And so when we talk about violence and how we're going to address violence and who's deserving of a second chance or not, I mean, really keeping us out is state violence. Keeping us out of jobs, keeping us out of housing, that is a continuation, a perpetuation of violence imposed by our government. And so we have to stop that. And I'm very passionate about this issue, if you can't tell, and I'm doing a lot of policy work around this too.
I can see, you know, and one of the things that Marcus had mentioned in his article was that 95% of people who are incarcerated are going to be released, right? Mm-hmm. And the question is, do you want to erect barriers for people because maybe they were convicted of a more serious crime? You know, and that to me seems to be contrapositive, right? Because you would want everyone to be able to successfully reintegrate back into their community. It benefits everybody, you know, the taxpayers, it benefits the community, you help to reduce recidivism, but to make it more difficult for someone to reintegrate just because of the crime that they're committed, right? I don't know, that doesn't make sense. What do you think, Piper?
I mean, something that I spent more than 4 years in Ohio doing was teaching writing in 2 state prisons, a men's medium security prison and the main women's prison in Ohio. And it's hard to overstate that we will not end mass incarceration or successfully return people to the community without ending the stigmatization of people who have been convicted of more serious offenses. And, you know, my students in Ohio in those prison writing classes really ran the gamut. You know, it was a big spectrum of lived experience, all kinds of different kinds of convictions, but some of my students had been convicted for the most serious of offenses. And I only wish that everyone watching this and that every policymaker in America could grow to know those individual people as well as I grew to know them. Many of my students stayed in my class for the full 4 years. So to have the great fortune for me to work with those students and learn about their lives, them writing a new story every single week about their own lives. It was a creative nonfiction class. Really illuminates that people are more than their worst day. They are more than their worst mistake. They are more than their worst act. And people are fascinating and complex and have so much to offer. And we as a community and we as a society are really losing out when we exclude people based on sometimes things that happened decades before. And some of my best students, you know, meaning sort of my most academically committed students, but also some of the students who I grew to love, you know, very, very dearly, included students who had been convicted of the most serious offenses imaginable. And, you know, most people are coming home, but even the folks who aren't coming home deserve to be recognized as human and deserve to dream and to deserve to have opportunity to better themselves and to grow as human beings. And that's the way that people do come home successfully. And Marcus is right on the nose that 95% of people are coming home. And if we don't want to have revolving doors in and out of our prisons and jails, then we have to think very, very differently about this sort of false construct of, you know, violent versus nonviolent. Tarra is absolutely correct. Almost every single person who walks into prison gates has survived some form of violence in their past. And so to pretend that they are only perpetrators rather than, you know, much more complex people who have survived a lot would be dishonest.
Well, let me tell you, this panel has, for me, have done wonders to really help, number one, to force policymakers to reimagine what returning citizens look like. Because let's be honest, you know, today's society, you know, if we're even talking about the violent, nonviolent, you know, we would have thought, okay, Marcus is the violent guy. Tarra is definitely not the violent one, right? But guess what? You know, that it doesn't matter what the color of your skin is. It doesn't matter your political preference. It doesn't matter your socioeconomic background, right? That doesn't determine what type of offense that you're going to commit or get convicted of, right? But at the end of the day, we're all human beings, right? And should be viewed as such. The other thing that you all have really done is for folks who are looking, who are returning citizens or formerly incarcerated people, is to dare each other to dream, right? Because listen, if a person who was homeless and addicted to drugs can now be a state representative, if a person who was incarcerated before they even reached puberty, right, could now be a successful entrepreneur, and let me put this in there, made the 100 list for the Roots, right? If a person who had a good life, but then all of a sudden it was shattered, right, and was taken to a very low or dark place, could rebound and do some great things, such as having a series on Netflix, right? Then that means that anyone watching, no matter what position that they're in, could dare to reimagine what their world could be like 2 years from now, 5 years from now, right? And policymakers could reimagine, right, how they approach criminal justice, how they approach sentencing, how they approach even policing practices, and how they approach reentry, understanding that we're all children of God. We all connected through our humanity, right? That we're someone's son, we're someone's daughter, mom, dad, sister, and brother. And so I want to just thank you all so much for being living proof of what can happen when we dare ourselves to dream, when we dare ourselves to reimagine who we are, right? And we shed those labels that society tried to place on us, and we shed and shatter those limitations, right, that society tried to impose on us. Thank you all so much, man, and I'm looking forward to sending you all a very special gift, autographed copy of my book. Marcus apparently already read it, but I'm going to send you an autographed copy, Marcus, anyhow, to share the story of hope. Thank you all once again.
Wow, what an amazing discussion that last panel was. If you guys enjoyed that discussion, go ahead and drop in the chat and let us know how much you enjoyed that discussion. Let us know where you're from. We want to see where everybody is from.
This is Neil Volz with the FRRC. I'm excited to talk to you about the component parts of our 2021 policy platform. The policy platform came about through conversations with returning citizens all across the state from all walks of life and all political backgrounds. Over 7,000 people filled out surveys. We had retreats. We had one-on-one conversations with leaders at our chapter meetings, and we're informed about the priorities of the returning citizen community in Florida, and we're excited that we have a platform that can unite all of us behind real change and the opportunity to reimagine justice in the state of Florida.
Just got released from prison with nowhere to go and nothing to my name, not even my voting rights. All I want is a second chance and a roof over my head. Let's enact reentry policies that promote community reintegration, safer neighborhoods, and personal dignity.
65 Charlie, we have it.
A walk home ends in me being gunned down in the street like an animal because me and my boy look suspicious. Improve prosecutorial policing and court accountability by enacting racial disparity tracking, creating a Department of Corrections Oversight Board, reforming bail, and implicit bias training.
About to lose the rest of my life in an adult prison for a decision I wasn't mature enough to understand. Let's produce decarceration and sentencing reform by increasing and improving juvenile diversion programs, ending the direct filing of juveniles, ending mandatory minimum sentencing, and increasing gain time provisions.
He was supposed to be the best man at my wedding when he got released. He wasn't sentenced to death, but COVID-19 took his life in prison. Let's implement prison, jail, and supervision reforms by improving prison and jail conditions, prison contracting, and reducing incarceration due to probation violations.
We believe in removing barriers to employment, housing, and opportunity, whether that's improving second chance hiring practices, ending the discrimination against returning citizens in housing, or ensuring that people don't lose their driver's licenses because of fines and fees. We know that those kind of policy changes can improve people's lives, strengthen families, and create stronger and safer communities. We believe in policies that ensure access for all returning citizens to democracy, whether they can afford to pay fines or not. We believe that all returning citizens should have full access to democracy and the ability to have our voices heard in our communities.
We're going to be doing this next panel, and it's called Reimagine Democracy. Ha ha, guess who's hosting it? Neil, my co-host. Neil, you're going to be on the next panel?
I know, I'm going to be in the next panel, in a different shirt, mind you, but I'm really excited to be hosting Reimagining Democracy with some incredible democracy activists from all across the country. We've got Nancy Abudu from the Southern Poverty Law Center. We've got Norris Henderson from Vote. We've got Myrna Pérez from the Brennan Center and Brittany White from Faith in Action. We're going to have an incredible conversation about reimagining democracy. Let me encourage you to think right now, what does reimagining democracy mean to you? We hope to elaborate on those thoughts with this next panel. Hey everybody, we're incredibly excited for this panel discussion on reimagining democracy. I'm here today with literal heroes of mine, heroes of democracy in our country. And we're going to have a conversation about what it means to reimagine, to dream about a better democracy, a more vibrant democracy. What does it mean when people with past felony convictions, people impacted by the criminal justice system, are able to fully participate in our democracy, have their voices heard? What kind of change is possible? These are all the kind of conversations that we're going to dig into in this panel discussion with some incredible panelists. We've got Nancy Abudu from the Southern Poverty Law Center. We've got Myrna Pérez from the Brennan Center for Justice. We've got Brittany White with Faith in Action. And we've got Norris Henderson from Vote NOLA and Voice of the Experience. This is an incredible panel, and we're going to get started right here, right now, with a very simple, but I think a very impactful question that encourages us all to think about democracy, think about the role people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system play in our democracy, how we see each other, and it's very simple. I'm going to ask each of you to just simply answer the question, what does it mean to reimagine democracy? And I'd like to start that with you, Myrna, if I could. To you, in your mind, with knowing that where this question's coming from, what does it mean to reimagine democracy?
I don't have to think very hard about it. The right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The Congress shall have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. That is the 15th Amendment of the Constitution. That is the promise we made to this country in it, that when we step into the ballot box, we will be free from racial discrimination. And while it is a beautiful promise, we fall down way too often. We fall down both in the ideals and we fall down in the practice. We fall down in how we limit what Congress can do, and we fall down in that Americans don't embrace it and live it out. And if folks are trying to imagine what democracy looks like, we don't have to invent anything out of whole cloth. We can just think about the best of what this country is when it's being the best of who we are, when it's being honest and open and self-examining about the ways in which people have ruined or people have limited our democracy. And if we were to use the 15th Amendment as a blueprint and as a North Star, as a mission statement, as a guiding force, and we made the words their reality, we would be so much better off than where we are. Our country would be so much more robust and participatory and inclusive. It would be so much easier to push back on the racism and the systemic implicit bias and the way that the system has been constructed by design to shut out certain voices. So my vision of a democracy is the vision of our country when we, at least on paper, said no more. We're not going to be the country that discriminates on the basis of race.
Myrna, thank you so much for that. The words you said, a beautiful promise, really just kind of stuck in my heart and kind of resonates with me and gives me kind of a North Star for this conversation. Brittany, I'm going to ask the same question to you. What does reimagining democracy mean to you? What does it look like to you?
Yeah, when I think about reimagining democracy, I view democracy as a tool to a better quality of life for other system survivors such as myself. When I talk to people across the country who've been impacted by criminal justice issues, one of the major things we hear is that it's very difficult to reconstruct your life. And my imagination just tells me that we can have system survivors as architects of a better quality of life that provides them economic dignity, access to healthy food, and that they're able to see the connection in participating in democracy, exercising their vote, looking to elected officials to be the people they hold accountable to getting access to this life. Those are the things that get me excited. And as we continue to build out the narrative that people in this country who've been impacted by the criminal justice system do have the right to engage in the electoral process and continue to dispel the lies that are told on major media outlets and by uninformed people. And so I just hope that people who've been impacted by the criminal justice system see themselves with dignity and exercise that dignity in their right to vote and participate in this democracy.
Oh, wow, thank you so much, Brittany. The thing that really jumped out to me was when you were talking about that this leads to a better quality of life, right? Like that's such a galvanizing idea that that this is a tool that, especially for those of us who have been, have that F label. I don't use it, but I'm a returning citizen. And so you get kicked to the curb by society. Like you don't have rights. Your voice doesn't matter. And what you're talking about is really powerful. This idea that this tool is a way forward for a better quality of life. And we should be about people. So let me ask you, Norris, when you think about that kind of real grounding question of what does reimagining democracy look like to you? What does it mean to you?
What it means to me, Neil, is that it's what I see today. This is what reimagining democracy looks like. It's like, who would have thought just several years ago that FRRC would be hosting a conference talking about democracy with returning citizens, an organization that's not only led by, but populated with, folks who have had the franchise removed from them, and to have that franchise restored. This is what the reimagining looks like. And what it looks like to me today is like this what we're doing. I mean, this is happening. It's kind of like y'all the springboard for what is happening all across this country. So the reimagining for me is coming from up close and personal, being a person who at one time lost the franchise, got it back. And so, no, this reimagining is it's not like we're reimagining anymore. It's kind of like, this is not Memorex, this is live. We're actually doing this stuff now. This is not Memorex. The reimagine would be like we playing a tape hoping this thing happens. No, this is in real time. And so what Myrna said, what Brittany said, and I think Brittany really hit the nail on the head when she said a better quality of life. Because the franchise guarantees all of that, all of the above, because we can hold people accountable for our want, needs, and desires. When we kind of like engage in the way that we've been engaging, it makes everything happen. So no, I would really piggyback on what Brittany said about it actually reimagining this makes us that zeal for us to eke out this better way of life for ourselves and for our families.
Well, gosh, Norris, man, that sounds fantastic. I think about what you said. It's kind of like, hey, this is today. This is up close and personal. And when I hear that, I do just want to say, man, how much we honor you, your leadership, and the mentorship that you've provided to all of us over at FRRC. Because you're right. In 2018, there were 1.4 million, Florida citizens who had their voices silenced by the Constitution, a 150-year-old Jim Crow policy that was still alive in 2018 that silenced so many people. And I'm just incredibly grateful for your leadership. And you've shown, what's possible when you engage and when you get organized and been such a great friend to FRRC. So thank you for your words. I look forward to this conversation today. And then the same question to you, Nancy. Really excited. We've walked a long time together in these democracy fields. And I'm really intrigued with what your thoughts are when it comes to like what you see and when we think about reimagining justice. Or reimagining democracy.
Sure, thank you, Neil. And I'm going to piggyback off then of Norris, because I think his charge to us is what's the action? You have the idea, and now he's talking about putting it into effect. And so I think of three things initially, while of course agreeing with everything that's already been said. And number one is broadening our idea or concept of democracy beyond just voting and beyond particular election cycles, and putting more emphasis, hopefully, when it comes to advocacy on what's happening in between those election cycles, so that the elections are actually just kind of a continuation rather than the pivotal event around which everyone galvanizes. I think the second thing is the concept of citizenship, because even as you refer to yourself, Neil, and others as returning citizens, it in some ways suggests that you are banished, which should not be the case, because there's certain fundamental aspects of citizenship that you should not lose simply because of fill in the blank. And yet that's where we're finding ourselves. Today's conversation is about voting rights, but the real implication goes to what Brittany said about equality of life. It means that you have also lost as a citizen your right to an education, your right to adequate housing, your right to make a livable, if not more decent wage. So I really would like to push and expand that. And then finally, legal protections. And I think this is what Myrna was speaking to in part with her reference to the 15th Amendment, that we have constitutional and other legal provisions that in word are very encouraging, but in practice, in the way that the courts are interpreting them, are almost being rendered meaningless. So there's a lot of work that we need to do so that our legal protections or institutions are actually promoting the principles of democracy instead of eroding them under the guise of a democratic institution.
Wow, that's powerful, and a really powerful checklist there. I love this concept of, moving beyond the vote, right? And seeing what that means in real people's lives. I know for us as a movement, as an organization, it's kind of known for like, let my people vote, but it's also, let my people rent, right? Let my people drive, let my people work. That there's real quality of life issues around, kind of like what Brittany was talking about as a fundamental frame for this conversation. It makes me feel sometimes like we're in like this Dickens novel here in Florida, right? Where it's like the best of times and the worst of times. You see, Amendment 4 passed in 2018. You tear down that lifetime voting ban for 1.4 million people, and then we walk it out. And suddenly we're in a situation in which there's hundreds of thousands of people who still don't have access, to the ballot box because of financial obligations that, are put in front of them in a way that they're still not able to have their voices heard. So we take great hope in these conversations and knowing that this is a righteous cause and we'll get up every day and keep moving forward. But I take that really to heart, Nancy, what you were talking about this idea of, moving beyond voting. So maybe I can come back to you, Brittany, with that kind of follow-up question. So, and I'm going to add on to what our initial questioning, I think, was looking at, which was, what would it look like if all people with past felony convictions, all returning citizens, were able to vote? But let's add to it. What would it look like if all of us were not only able to vote, but able to get active and advocate? What does that look like? What kind of change, have we seen and could we see under that scenario?
I think that's such a timely question, particularly here in the South, where we're seeing so many voter suppression laws be handed down left and right. And what I tell people when I talk to them about voting rights is somebody's imagination is our reality, that we live in a society that is by design. And what I think about when I think about bringing people I love to the polls is that we begin to reconstruct that imagination and that society to be aligned with the most vulnerable people in our communities, right? And so when people return home and return back to us as a society, I was immediately bombarded with fines and fees when I came back home in 2014. And because I had a support system, and I still have a support system, that has been the key to my success. But it should not be the responsibility of our personal networks and families, of our churches, to take care of us. The burden should be on those who have the most abundant resources, which is our government, to care for the most lowly, provide people an actual path and trajectory to restore their life with dignity. And that's what this conversation really is about for me. You mentioned the North Star. I'm from Dayton, Ohio, and my North Star, my values are all about people that I grew up with. People who grew up in the 90s where crack cocaine invaded our communities, where mass incarceration locked up people, men and women. Women get erased from that conversation, but they were incarcerated too. And at the same time, jobs left the Midwest, they left this country and went out and were outsourced. And it has just been a whole combination of poverty, of stress. And the living wage has continued to go up, but people are not earning, the cost of living has gone up, but the livable wage hasn't matched that. And so I think when you just make very tangible connections to people that the cost of living has shot up, but there's a reason why the wage doesn't match that they're able to understand that we have to engage in a process that begins to hold people accountable so that they can have access to that way of life.
Well, yeah, when I hear what you're saying from my perspective, I think about these systems that are at work, right? That, when we start to engage in democracy and start to engage in self-government, we see the bigger picture start to play out. You pull the curtain, and you look inside and you start to say, wow, there's some strategic stuff going on here that we gotta get into and get into that nitty gritty. And that the more people who are directly impacted or have experiences, that we can bring to the table, that the better it is, for our democracy, it sounds like. I'm wondering, Nancy, if you could kind of elaborate on that in terms of like, what would it look like if if everybody who is impacted by a criminal justice system could not only vote, but get engaged? I mean, we still have a long way to go in terms of, the barriers that exist, but I'm curious, like from the vision perspective, as you see it, what's possible if people with past felony convictions were all able to vote and not only vote, but get engaged?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this because, and I don't know if this is in line necessarily with some of the conversations, but I often wonder, when do we shift in terms of expanding the electorate to marginalizing people? So now you have folks who had past criminal convictions, but once they get their rights restored, they are part of the general electorate. So how do we, number one, address the unique circumstances of those who have past convictions and therefore are in a different situation in terms of access to the ballot, but still not continue to marginalize them within the electorate as if there's some special, unique group that also, therefore, is only entitled to limited legal protections, which is what we had to deal with following the 2018 passage of Amendment 4. So I think in terms of figuring out how do we properly engage people with past convictions, I guess my real question is the strategy that much different? Once we have people eligible to vote, why is it that we have folks right now who are eligible to vote and they're not voting? For sure, suppression, intentional voter suppression is part of that. But suppression can also come from within in terms of just the complete distrust of our political system, which discourages people from participating. And if you have a criminal conviction and you're facing all of the barriers that Brittany and Norris talked about, then your encouragement to participate is even minimized even more. So I think that in terms of the approach, we have to, number one, identify the unique circumstances of people with past convictions, but we have to start building bridges so that we start focusing on the commonalities of the electorate instead of still kind of, polarizing ourselves with the differences.
Yeah, I was tracking with you completely in that train of thought, and I like where you went with that, and it also touched on kind of, the impact that we're looking for when you're engaged as the electorate, right? And so, Norris, I'm wondering if you could kind of dig into that piece a little bit and share with us a little bit about, your journey, the journey of your organization. I know I've been blessed to spend some time with you in Louisiana right before the recent district attorney elections, for instance, when you've gotten legislation passed. And so can you give us a little bit of the vision of, what things were like 10, 15 years ago, what they're like now, and the impact that people, who got engaged in the system had, so that somebody might be listening to us right now. There's some returning citizens who might be a little cynical about this whole process, to Nancy's part, they might already be eligible. What is it that gives them that hope that they can make a difference or they can see the kind of change that they're hoping to see?
Well, I think the biggest thing, Neil, is helping them realize that they can turn this story into action. And by turning this story into action, it's kind of like you mentioned our recent DA's race, and I'll kind of like start there. This was a highly contested election. And when it boiled down to two candidates left standing, one was progressive and one wasn't so progressive. But we became the common denominator in that race. And I say that primarily because we knew the benefits, the plus and the deltas of what a prosecutor's office can and would do. And so when we weighed in, our stories turned into action. And it was convincing our folks, because one of the hardest things, and Nancy mentioned, you just mentioned it too, is that some of our folks have been so marginalized for so long, is that they don't see this as the vehicle to get them where they need to go. And so the biggest challenge is convincing our folks that voting is that tool. That's what it is. It's a tool. It's a tool that we can use to hold people accountable with. And if we use this tool in the right way, we can do the things we need to do. And kind of like on that same note, on the same night of November 2018, when Florida was killing an old Jim Crow process, we were doing the same thing in Louisiana around split verdicts. And because now we have a new prosecutor who is not waiting on the United States Supreme Court to determine whether or not Edwards versus Benoit is going to be retroactive for all the folks left in prison, now folks are starting to see how their stories turned into action. We have a prosecutor now is like, okay, we're looking at every last one of these cases in this jurisdiction, and we're offering an opportunity for folks to kind of like start from scratch if they want to go to trial again. Work out a plea agreement so they can get out. Matter of fact, as we speak, 22 people have already been released the first week of this month. On April 1st, they got another 22 that's scheduled for court, and depends on their disposition or what they may do. So it's kind of like a convincing evidence, because people looking now and say, oh, look what we done. And so sometimes you just got to have that proof in the pudding of what those possibilities are. And, like I lift y'all up all the time because people talk about other people and their efforts of, kind of like reimagining what the franchise would look like. I said, well, I don't know nobody who done what FRRC done. It was like 1.4. So until somebody do 1.41 or 1.45, they ain't done nothing yet. And so those stories, man, turning those stories into action is kind of like how we make this stuff happen. And trust me, the hardest base of people to organize, and y'all know this, Neil, is us. It's our own folks, man. We are our own worst enemy when it comes to organizing us, because we have been beat down so much, man, that it is almost humanly impossible, man, to make us see the light at the end of the tunnel. But because of Amendment 4, all the press around it, by us killing Jim Crow over here, another 130-something years of policy being in place, that people see the potential now that former incarcerated people, returning citizens all across this country are realizing, wait a minute, we can kind of like flex up now, because what we bring to the table, more than anything else, we bring our expertise by experience. We know what the benefit of these offices, like around the census, we're getting ready for redistricting. Folks didn't have a clue about the harm that redistricting caused us, but now they see. And so the more we're able to educate our folks, help them turn these stories into action, I think, I tell you this shit. This is the thing I tell people all the time. If our vote wasn't so important, why would these folks be trying to take it away? I say, because look, you can own a home, you can own a car, you can go and get a passport, go wherever you want to go. So why is voting so essential and so important? It's because you become the game changer, And I think once we fully understand that dynamic, I think we've arrived. The day we kind of like really kind of like lock elbows and realize that this is the tool that we need to keep sharp in our toolbox, that's the day we win, you know, and I think we are already on that trajectory because, again, like you say, the minute it happened, nobody thought it would happen in Florida. That was the first thing. Go and get 64% of the people to support it. When that happened, was like, oh, snap. What we going to do now? Well, they broke. They ain't got no money. Let's go at them this way. But then, you know, we got some altruistic friends who are stepping up saying, oh, we want to help kind of remove that barrier. But these barriers should never exist. Now the challenge is everybody who has been re-enfranchised, it's your responsibility. I ain't going to say no choice. You don't have a choice in it. It's your responsibility now to each one reach one and teach one. You know, so that's the only way we're going to change this thing.
Oh man, there's just so much gold in what you said there, Norris, in terms of like that trajectory, you know, where we're going, the power of story. Myrna, I was going to start digging in a little bit into some of the policy challenges we face, but if it's all right, I'd love to actually go back to this question.
Can I say one piece on that though, Neil?
Yeah, please go ahead.
The thing that I wanted to just remind folks is that one of the evils of this disenfranchisement law is not, or these disenfranchisement laws are not just that they limit a people's political franchise or their political power, but they tell another group of people that they're better than the disenfranchised folks. And it fosters, it festers, it promotes this sickness of racism and superiority that we have in this country, and we are all worse off for it. And I think one of the big reasons why we have some of the atrocities that are happening in this country, the Georgia House just passed a voter suppression bill like 5 seconds ago, and it's going to the Georgia Senate. And we have people massacring women of color in Atlanta is because there are implicit and explicit messages being sent that some people are less worthy than others. And I believe that when we have our laws saying that we are all equal and have dignity and deserve the ability to affect our futures and take care of our family, that is going to go a really long way to reminding people that our country is better off when we really embrace the principles of equality and when we root out racism and when we root out supremacy and when we root out superiority. So I'm happy to talk the politics, but I think we need to be thinking of this as part of the million different ways in which people of color are being told in this country that they are less than. And and this is one of the most tangible ones that we can see.
Well, and gosh, thank you so much for where you took the conversation, because you really touched on the culture, right? And as before we can even talk about policy, sometimes like culture drives policy, you know, and so that is incredibly, you know, important perspective for us to keep in mind for this entire conversation. And how do we get to these policy changes that we want to get to? I think as I was listening to both you and Norris talk, in my mind, I was thinking about the thousands of returning citizens here in Florida and hopefully elsewhere who will be watching this exchange. And it really struck me, and I was hoping that Brittany, you could kind of dig in a little bit further into what Norris was talking about, because we've all been, you know, interacting and hanging out in the community, and we do know that that barrier, that cultural barrier that you were talking about, Myrna, is real, and that it's a challenge sometimes for us to like cross, you know, that canyon to get people to see voting is this tool to a better quality of life, just as you outlined at the very beginning, Brittany. Can you talk into that a little bit from your personal experience, you know, and encourage somebody who might be listening right now, you know, that this is actually the moment that a better future can begin?
We're at a crossroads of this country. We are facing a reckoning for things that we have done and things that we have left undone. We are having vigorous, shall we say, debates in state houses across the country and in Congress about what kind of country do we want to be. And we are seeing how those debates are playing out in the streets with attacks and massacres and dehumanization. And I think we all need to recognize that, one, laws have a norming effect, right? So the law of the state saying we are all able to have a right to vote will change hearts and minds. The political will that it took to get there is infectious, right? Like, I remember when Desmond and I were talking right after Amendment 4, and we were all both excited, but we were worried about what the Florida legislature was going to do. I remember telling him, look, like, the victory was that we got people who were not impacted about this to realize that they wanted to vote so that their neighbors and their family members could. And that is a victory that nobody can take away from us. I don't care what the legislature does. Like, that is something we can build on. And that will also change hearts and minds. The media attention that comes from the fight, the leaders that are lifted up like Brittany, who now have like a field and a vocation and a way to go build skills, and the way that Norris has now mentees. Like, I remember when it was like Norris just basically by himself doing all of this stuff. There are so many incredible benefits to society that come from us saying in a clear voice, we are equal. And they're going to permeate everywhere. They're going to permeate everywhere. So they are going to go to all of the other institutions. I mean, yes, the vote is preservative of all other rights. Yes, you're not going to get any of the other reforms that you want. But the public communication, the making the public case, the bringing the people along that we want equality is going to have an impact that we can't even fathom, because that is going to be what's making the world more just.
Yeah, as I listen to you talk, Myrna, I'm reminded of a story from 2017. I'd been working with Desmond for a couple of years at this point, and I was doing the political conversation with Des, and like, oh, strategically align this or say it this way. And I'll never forget him just stopping and looking at me and saying, hey, bro, this is deeper than all of that. Like, this is bigger than all the partisan politics and the right and the left and the way we look at all that. He said, at the end of the day, if people see us as people, Amendment 4 is going to pass. And if they see us as less than, it's not. And it transformed the way I thought, and it changed my own personal kind of culture. And so if I can go back to Brittany real quick. Brittany, like, talk to us about the power of getting into the returning citizen community and talking about what Myrna just said. Like, how do we climb that mountain together and get over kind of the cultural barriers that exist, even in our own minds, for us to actually believe that we can change the world?
Yeah, I think people just need messengers that they trust. I think so much of my imagination is around how do we begin to make this conversation accessible to people who are pillars in the community that the demographic we're trying to activate actually trusts. So when I go chop it up with other people who've been in the system, what I tell them is I didn't understand power. I thought I understood power, but when I caught my case, I didn't realize the district attorney had so much agency over my life. And I know the stress and the burden of what it means to contend with the government for your freedom without the knowledge and the tools to do so in an impactful way. Growing up, I always heard if the feds come for you, meaning if you catch a federal case, it's such a high conviction rate because they have just about all of their evidence assembled before they come for your freedom. But what I never actually heard was that we have agency in this process. And the agency that we have is who we allow to make decisions over our life. That actually you have a responsibility in that. The other thing that I think is important to remind folks is that people have opted into the electoral process and they have been discouraged. And that's because they entered without their expectations being managed, thinking that if I vote in one presidential election, then I should see improvement in my quality of life within that 4-year term. And unfortunately, they're not aware of the Senate, the House, that voting rights live at the state government level, that most of your politics are local. They don't get that part of the education, so they focus upward without the right expectations of how it should manifest. So how do we begin to politicize people in the community, like the candy lady, the lady who keeps people's kids, not just pastors, not just the voices who the media always wants to interview, but the big homies in the community who can actually penetrate this conversation in a meaningful way, taking it to barbershops, taking it to beauty salons, having those conversations where it becomes normalized and people actually begin to learn the process through and through. And we're not trying to do rapid response as Nancy managed in these electoral periods and hurry up and get people up to speed, but take them along a more manageable pace.
Yeah, wow, you are, if I had a flag, I'd be waving it right now, Brittany, because you are talking to my heart and to my head and my soul completely right now, because expectations are so important, you know, when we talk about getting folks engaged in the political process and seeing that, you know, we're in a moment in time where democracy itself is under attack and it's big, but at the same time, people need to be able to see that tangible impact in their community, in their lives, in a real way that gives it that glue that says, hey, I'm in, I'm getting into this trajectory that Norris is talking about. I can see how change comes about. So I do want to take this conversation just a little bit, and I see the time is moving fast. Nancy, I'm wondering if we can start talking a little bit with you about some of the barriers and challenges that we see ahead of us, those things that are actually getting in the way of people who have been impacted by the criminal justice system in terms of accessing democracy. Because we are at this inflection point right now where we have big pieces of legislation in the Congress and 43, 50 of the state capitals that involve access and participation in this sacred thing that we call democracy. Those of us who have lost our right to vote, who have gotten it back, you know, I don't know that you can find a better advocate for democracy than somebody who's been in that situation. So I feel we're in this precarious spot. What are these policy issues that you see right here, right now, that really need to be addressed for us to ensure that our democracy can be as vibrant as possible?
Well, I think it starts with what Brittany was highlighting, which is that we have been so anxious and focused on getting out the vote and turnout that we have missed the voter education that has to come first. Because if we do that the right way, then we don't have to worry perhaps so much about turnout, because people will already be motivated to do that. So that's number one. I really like this re-identifying maybe who has power. We say it's the DA, we say it's the judges, but Brittany again is right. It's the, you know, the women who take care of children in the community. It's those who may not have the economic power, but their voices are so strong and so influential in their community that we're not properly tapping into that. So in terms of barriers, these are barriers perhaps that we're imposing on ourselves because we're not thinking broadly enough. We too are caught up in the structures in which we have been brought up and are not thinking broadly enough. So I want to encourage that we do that. For sure, again, you know, I'm a litigator. Myrna and I have been in the trenches in the courts, and it's been rough out there, I'll say, you know. And while I, you know, for sure, I believe that we have to continue the battle in the courts, that for sure that cannot be the only place where we engage in these battles. So I think in terms of barriers on the litigation front is that we have to keep the pressure on in terms of trying to expand the legal protections, moving away from these strict legal standards that require us to prove absolute denial of voting, absolute inability to pay these fines. This absolute idea versus the burden, the obstacles that make it more likely than not that people aren't going to be able to vote. That, I believe, should be the governing standard rather than these absolute requirements. I'm sure Myrna can talk a lot about the federal legislation that's pending right now. We're hoping that it will resolve issues like automatic restoration, at least in federal elections, and that the states will adopt that we'll see some real progress even when it comes to redistricting, which Norris mentioned, because that for sure is another subtle yet extremely effective way to undermine everything, or really undo all of the advances that we've made. So these are some of the things that I've identified as barriers, and hopefully some ways that we can overcome them together.
Well, I appreciate that. I'd love to pass this to Myrna real quick, because I think about like the systems that you're talking about, right? How these changes come in and then there are intractable problems that we see in our courts. We see, the idea that voting and punishment somehow it's like, oh, that right gets taken away, right? Like that gets set into our culture and into our legal system, and then we're fighting uphill from the get-go. Myrna, I'm wondering if you could pick up on what Nancy was talking about as it relates to some of the federal legislation that we're looking at as it relates to these kind of systems that we see kind of playing out in front of us.
And Nancy's right. We should not be fighting these fights in the court if we have any other hope. Like what we need to be doing is to be making the public case, the stuff that Brittany and Norris are doing every day about why we need a more inclusive democracy. There are two pieces of federal legislation that people should be paying attention to. One is the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which restores the Voting Rights Act to its full strength after the Supreme Court and the Shelby County decision weakened it. That is an important anti-discrimination bill. There's a big old debate about whether or not this would help this issue of felony disenfranchisement, but I think the idea of seeing people as equals and having a world that is more fair and not letting people come up with other kind of shenanigans when they're really what they're talking about race, this will go a really long way in helping that, and we need lots of support and help for that. The other one is the For the People Act. It's sometimes called HR1 or SB1. It is a 700 and plus pages of comprehensive election reform. It deals with issues of redistricting and money in politics and voting and ethics. But the part that we cannot forget is that it includes the Democracy Restoration Act, which would say that every person in the community who has a criminal conviction in their past would be allowed to vote in federal elections. And we right now are in the midst of trying to get folks and organizations to sign on to this. So I hope that Neil will share my email. That way we can get groups to make sure that we're signing on. And then Brittany, we need faith groups signing on for a different letter. So we got the community group letter and we got the faith group letter. But we need our politicians to know just how committed the public is to including all of us and including and undoing. Like, we are not going to fix the problems of this country if we decide we're going to stop doing what we've done in the past. Like, we actually need to be affirmative. We need to be thinking about the ways in which our past sins have infected and embedded themselves in our different systems of power and actually try to be affirmative about fixing that. And that is one of the things that is both great about both of these two bills, is that they're not passive. They're not passive. They actually impose responsibilities. They impose abilities for people to make demands of their government and their politicians. And I think both of these bills together will really go a long way in making our democracy more just and inclusive and robust and participatory.
Thank you so much for outlining kind of the specific legislation that we're looking at, because it's really important, I think, for folks who are watching to understand the dynamics and what's actually at play. I know we as FRRC have been very active on the phones, on text. Desmond's been on TV, writing op-eds, pushing HR 1. And we hope that anybody who's watching, who's in the Florida area or any of our local chapters, that you hear that, you see what we're talking about, the stakes that are at play here, and get involved. With our last couple minutes here, I'd actually love to turn this a little bit into a conversation, if we could, about the returning citizens and folks who are watching, and something might have hit them. I know it happened for me. I imagine it happened for all of us at one point or another. Somebody triggered our imagination. Somebody triggered that piece of hope, And so, what would you say to a returning citizen right now? Brittany, I'll start with you, who is looking to get involved. What's a good next step? What's the common hurdle that you've seen? How can we encourage folks to engage in this thing called democracy in a way that we've been talking about today?
I would just tell them everybody has a lane. You might not be the person who your gift shows up externally, that you speak, that you associate with street activism and rapid response. But these people are able to be successful because there's a team of internal folks who make it happen for them every day. And so I just want to invite them and affirm whatever your talent is, we want you to bring that into this movement. If you're the person who's going to keep us organized and let us know these are the things that we have to accomplish every day, come get involved, because we need you. If you're the person who has all of these extensive relationships and they say that you got the gift of gab, we want you to bring your network into this movement. If you can't do anything but sacrifice your cup of coffee and donate that money into this movement, we need righteous dollars to fund our liberation. So I just want to say that I appreciate the internal organizers who don't get all the shine in the media interviews, who make it happen for all of us and let people know that there's room in this movement, whatever your talents and your abilities are. Secondly, is your dignity is the bottom line. We're not asking you to come into this movement to credential you or affirm you. We're asking you to come into this movement so that we can show that Norris and myself are not unicorns. I don't want to be propped up like I'm the exception to formerly incarcerated Black women. I'm actually the standard. And if I can't point to another Black woman who's had the same experience to show them that, then I look like a fraud. So really, you credential me. So come into this movement and let's make this quality of change happen together.
Brittany, man, next time I'm together with you, I'm just going to know I need to bring my own flags here, because you are just so inspiring. I'm grateful for that. It looks like we have just a minute or so left, so I want to say thanks to everybody. But Norris, could you take that same question, talk to that returning citizen who's watching on their phone right now, or with the family member, or maybe they're actually inside right now, and they're getting ready to get out. What is it that you could say to them to say, hey, democracy matters. It's a tool to help improve the quality of life for our communities, and take it away, and please close us out, sir.
It's pretty much what Brittany said. It's about kind of like knowing your lane. I mean, I'll tell a story about when we started our organization while I was still inside. And the academic level inside of that prison was like 5th grade average. So it was a lot of folks that, couldn't string 2 sentences together. But what those guys took on, they took on a responsibility that when we wrote the letters, they stuffed the envelopes. And this was a time when you had to lick stamps. This wasn't like where you got these peel and stick. And these guys were kind of like licking 5,000 envelopes to put stamp on. So there's a role for everybody. And the thing is, we got to see ourselves in those roles, because I tell them all the time, hey, bro, yeah, we wrote the letter, but trust me, they wouldn't have went outside unless you put it in that envelope. So you have to value everybody's role about what they're doing, how they engage in this whole process of doing this thing, because this thing is bigger than all of us. And I tell folks all the time, I'm just a vehicle that God has chose to use at this time to make this thing happen. But there's another Norris on every other corner. The thing is, we just need to convince him that, hey, you're that voice that we need. My deputy director says all the time, somebody has to bake the cookies. Somebody has to bake the cookies, you know?
That's right. That's right. And thank you so much for that. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you, Myrna. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Norris. We are in the business of protecting and defending democracy together, and I'm grateful to be on this journey with y'all. Thanks for your time today. We're very, very much grateful.
Thank you.
Yeah, now let's go get in some good trouble.
That's what I'm talking about. See y'all. Thank you.
Our people faced, right, when their lives were actually threatened by the state-sanctioned violence. You know, being hung and being murdered and burned and bitten by dogs and sprayed with fire hoses. That our people went through that. We had people die on the battlefield, so we can vote.
Black man music, the L stands for long nights and hard fights. On the block with 2 Glocks and I'm known to strike. And the I means isolated and introduced to the crime life. Serving these fiends, making some loot. And the F means I'm falling and I'm losing my mind. But I'm a loner, getting stronger while I'm doing my time. And then the E means erasing this society rules. And I'm crying in the dark cause I got ghetto blues.
From the streets to the jail to the prison, to the hood, 1.4 million of us. We got the keys to the kingdom. I'm talking about freedom.
And my friends, they all left me, guess they thought I would die. But through the grace of the Lord, I can finally fly. Just like your soul leave your body when you deep in your sleep. And we all God's people, but we real unique. And the pressure that you feel when you fight to get strong, I feel it too. And my brothers, we got to hold on, and all my sisters, I'm sorry for the pain we caused, but you know the flex is weak, so we got major flaws.
From the streets to the jail to the prison, to the hood, 1.4 million of us. We got the keys to the kingdom. I'm talking about freedom.
And the L for the leaders that be teaching our people. Won't you stop that line, cause the game ain't equal. And the I means ice cream, sweet but it melts. Just like your mother on that crack, but she really won't help. And the F for the father who ain't never been there. Cause he been in and out the joint, but he really do care. Got caught up in the system that was built for us. Treated like an animal, so it's mine. With rotten rust, too many years gone, you out. But you sad cause you broke. And your kids full grown, so you sell some dope. 1 year you stayed out, and you back in the fix. You get a visit from your daughter, and she say you ain't fit. So you cry under the pillow, and your body's real cold. Cause you know you're facing life without parole. Looking at the man in the mirror, you a heartless G. Only us can save us, yeah, I'm talking to we.
We done gone so long, they don't hear it.
You don't just get my vote for free.
No, we got the power, so now they gotta feel it.
You have to earn my vote.
And we ain't stopping, God is my witness.
Too many people have died for me to have the right to vote back.
This is hard for me to have this privilege.
Bringing the spirit of my ancestors.
One voice, one mind, let's go. Let's vote.
From the streets to the jail to the prison, to the hood, 1.4 million of us. We got the keys to the kingdom. I'm talking about freedom. From the streets to the jail to the prison, to the hood, 1.4 million of us. We got the keys to the kingdom. I'm talking about freedom.
You don't just get my vote for free. You don't get my vote because I'm black.
One voice, one mind, let's go. Let's vote. Let's vote.
Welcome to Reimagining Legislation. I am Katherine Williams, and I am proud to be the Policy and Legislative Manager with Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, and I'll be moderating this session. So earlier today, we heard FRRC's policy platform for 2021 and years beyond. We heard the priorities and issues brought to the surface by thousands of Florida's returning citizens, from better reentry policies to addressing racial disparities and bias in the criminal our legal system, to ensuring that all of us have a say in our democracy. Each and every one of these issues and the impacts that they have on real people are shaped by legislation. Laws decide that a prosecutor is allowed to say that a 14-year-old can go to adult prison. They make it so a person's mistake means they have to serve a minimum sentence of 10 years, 20 years, or even for life. Laws can shape how much people have to pay just to call their families and access basic healthcare while incarcerated. And even after a person is released, laws decide whether their inability to afford their fines and fees means that they can't drive to work and provide for their families. So today we're going to talk about reimagining legislation. Legislation is how we reform laws and make change on all of these priorities affecting real people. And today I'm joined by some of the elected officials who have a say in what legislation looks like in our state. So on the panel, we have Representative Dianne Hart, Senator Keith Perry, Senator Jason Pizzo, and Representative David Smith. Welcome. During the session, we're going to talk about how legislation can happen and work for returning citizens, not against them. We'll talk about the strategies that you all have taken to advance good criminal justice reform in the state, and learn how advocates, communities, and directly affected individuals can help support reimagining legislation. So let's get started. I'm going to begin with a big question. What does reimagining criminal justice legislation mean and look like for you? Representative Hart, let's start with you.
But we've got to change many of our laws that have existed for far too long. For crimes today that might carry a 10-year sentence, in the 70s, it would have been 30. And people are still sitting around in many cells because they got, in trouble before the law changed, and it wasn't retroactive to go back and allow anybody to get out. So I look forward to us being able to make some serious changes in the next few years to our criminal justice system that will allow people to return home, many to return home.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Representative Smith, let me ask you the same thing. When you reimagine criminal justice and what it should look like in our state, what does that mean for you?
Well, I tell you, you probably could not find a more complex problem to deal with. So it's just like, it's like, how do you fix healthcare in Florida? How do we maintain our unique ecological system? I mean, it's almost the same depth of question, because you have to look at justice reform and the different branch plans, as I call them. And so you got to look at it as a tree with a trunk, and which is justice. We need a system that focuses on justice, not vengeance. And those branches, one of them is prison reform, one of them is sentencing reform, juvenile justice reform. There's a whole host of issues, and then every one of those branches has got some leaves on it, and it's very complex. But it's again, I hate to speak in metaphors, but I talk about that justice reform in Florida is a marathon. But every marathon starts with a single step. So I know I'm working on some legislation this year. We've got plans for additional legislation, but you have to have that plan. You have to have that roadmap, know where you want to be at the end, and that's probably to your point is what does the whole justice reform package, reimagining crime and punishment, but you're talking about changing behaviors and changing attitudes, and that takes time. Just changing a law won't have the impact we expect it to have, and it certainly won't happen overnight. But you got to have people willing to come up to Tallahassee and be involved in other organizations locally and deal with law enforcement and state's attorneys and the federal side, and everybody's got to be committed, willing to roll up their sleeves and do some of the tough work. And I know that's certainly one of the reasons why I'm in Tallahassee.
Thank you so much, Representative Smith. I really appreciate that perspective and your vision for a system that focuses on justice, not vengeance. Senator Perry, let me go to you. You are the chair of the Senate committee that shapes how we allocate resources in the criminal legal system in Florida. Tell us how you're reimagining legislation on criminal justice and what you think our approach to reimagining criminal justice should look like.
Well, I want to start off by saying, first off, I don't have all the answers. I don't pretend to be the expert in these matters. I've been involved with criminal justice from a standpoint. I founded a prison ministry program in Gainesville, Florida, 25 years ago with some other people. I was a founding president called House of Hope, getting men out of prison and transitional housing and jobs. And we also have now women in that thing. I'm not as involved with that very much anymore, but so I've had a passion for it. I've been interested in it for most of my adult life, but it doesn't mean I have the answers. And I'll give you a really quick bipolar why some of my struggles with this. I look at where's the balance between punishment that is used for two reasons. Punishment is there because people deserve, there's some kind of reaction to some action that took place. And the punishment also should serve as a deterrent. Now, that does not mean as a deterrent, you would take somebody and make them the spotlight on them to make sure other people don't do it. But if people understood that, hey, there are consequences to actions and your poor actions will lead to this, that's why we have a punishment code. And that's why you discipline your kids. If you didn't discipline your kids, you can have a problem. So I struggle with where's the balance? How do we have a punishment system and a justice system, but at the same time look at a mistake that people make, which I've made and still make lots of them, that doesn't ruin our lives or put us in a position where now not only did it ruin our lives, but it has made us worse off. So we didn't learn from that experience. What we did is we learned other behaviors that almost reinforced the bad behaviors that got the person in trouble. So that's that balance, and that's what we have to look at and do. And I think when I look at the criminal justice system, we talk a whole nother issue is why are so many people in the criminal justice system? What causes people to get in there? And if we don't focus on those issues, which most of them, there's pathological people and there's sociopaths, but majority of people in the prison system are in trouble. It's through an environmental and a cultural system that is allowed or encouraged or didn't stop somebody from getting that system. That's a whole nother issue that you and your group and I owe it to the next generation, that we have to look at what are we doing to keep people from ever getting involved in the criminal justice system to start with. But with the people who, so that's another topic of discussion. The people who are in the criminal justice system now, the way I look at that is, like I say, you can have two parents, you can have every kind of thing that you need, every kind of environment you need and still get in trouble. That was me. That was the case of my life. My brother and two sisters were perfect, straight A kids. I was the troublemaker, and even though I had parent stuff. So there's the outliers on that end. There's the outliers who have no structure in their lives that don't get in trouble, but most of the people in trouble, it's because of this cultural thing. We can't go back now and change, what a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old or an 80-year-old, we can't change that childhood, but we do have an opportunity. I look at, here's somebody in the system. How can we change the environment in the culture that they never got in their upbringing, potentially, and make that time very productive? So you cannot have behavior that we want to have behavior upon release. If they don't model that behavior while they're incarcerated, they're not going to model that behavior upon release. And we've seen that through high recidivism rates. And then I always frame the recidivism rates and what we need to do in the criminal justice system, not on the thing of there's changing someone's life. That's a moral thing that I think is extremely important that we look at. There's a fiscal side that you keep people out of trouble and we save taxpayers a ton of money. But if you frame it like I do, I think this is the most important thing is you frame it in public safety. When a person is incarcerated and they're going to go back and get in trouble, By the time they've been rearrested, they probably committed multiple crimes. Maybe it was the first time, probably not. They've committed multiple crimes and now they're rearrested. So we have multiple victims of crime. And then when these people that we experience every day that are serving the life sentence on the revolving door, the time that they are out, they're committing crimes and causing victims. And so we have the revolving door, the life on the revolving door. And the biggest thing we need to focus on is how does that affect public safety? And what are we doing to protect the public? And that should be the fundamental role of government. We got to protect our citizens and have a free society. So it's a kind of a little more philosophical than specific things, but we can talk about those as well.
Thank you so much, Senator Perry. It's interesting that you're really emphasizing the importance of public safety as we reimagine criminal justice. And at FRRC, our goal is not only to end disenfranchisement and discrimination against people with convictions, but also to create a better reentry system, in part to reduce recidivism and increase public safety. So it sounds like we have this kind of shared value in public safety. What I would love to dig into, though, is how we get to that public safety. To your point, Representative Smith, we have to have a plan, we have to have some kind of roadmap, and you as legislators have the ability to decide what that roadmap entails, what it looks like. And just in the context of this conversation, I've noticed we've already heard a few of the elements that might be part of efforts to improve public safety. So for instance, Senator Perry, you've talked about strategies like punishment as a deterrent for people to know the consequences of their actions and maybe behave differently moving forward. We've also mentioned things like transitional housing and jobs for people upon reentry, which we know can also help public safety and for people to avoid reincarceration. And I would add that there are also things that we can do to address the root causes of crime so people don't become involved in the criminal legal system in the first place. So Senator Pizzo, we have all these kind of varied approaches, varied strategies to improving public safety. I would love to
use
hear
numbers and say anything. And what I mean by that is the 18-year-old that I'm talking about who might be a senior in high school, the state, we're allotting about $7,600 to educate him. But we're willing to spend $25,000 to put him in prison. So anything between the $7,600 and the $25,000, and I'll even throw this out as a question. Wouldn't you prefer as a taxpayer to be paying $25,000 towards somebody doing something great with their life than $25,000 of warehousing them, just under the guise of punishment and keeping people safe? So really, that's the delta to work with. That's our budget to work with. It should be, because no elected official has any problem with putting somebody away in prison if they think that's going to contribute to public safety or punishment is necessary. So that's really the short answer. But judges never want to be embarrassed. Our colleagues don't want to be embarrassed with gotcha moments. So we go to them. Representative Hart does it better than anybody. We go to them one-on-one and we give them a chance and an opportunity, and sometimes a second. But you know what we don't do? You don't even, in Florida, we have 2 strikes. We don't even have a 3 strikes with PRR. So guess what? You don't get 3 strikes in a very nice, quiet setting. You can be nice, you can smile, but then after a while, after knocking a little bit, you gotta kick the door down.
Thank you, Senator Pizzo. Representative Hart, Senator Pizzo was just singing your praises, so it would be great to hear from you as well. How do you go about or envision improving public safety as a legislator?
For me and in my district, public safety looks like opportunity. People having an opportunity to have housing, people to have an opportunity to education, to healthcare. That in itself will begin to help change the dynamics in so many communities. So we've got to figure out, how do people get access? And that's a problem I'm having down in my district right now.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Senator Perry, I would love to get your perspective on this. Earlier, you were saying that the majority of people affected by the criminal legal system are there because of a kind of culture that they've grown up in, because it's a cultural thing. I also know that you're passionate about music and arts and education, especially for young people. So I would love to hear from you where you feel like poverty and lack of access to opportunity, education programs like music and art, where those factors fall into this discussion, and what we should be doing about issues like poverty and low opportunity in the context of improving public safety.
Again, I don't have all the answers, but I'm trying to learn to understand that. There's a lot of studies out there that show what a kid does and how their environment and what that leads. There's the marshmallow study If you've heard that from Stanford University, that took kids, and they put a marshmallow in front of them and said, hey, if you can wait for a few minutes, I'll give you 2 marshmallows. Otherwise, you can eat the one you have now. And they leave the room. And you'll see some kids are easy. They understand instant gratification. No, I'm going to wait and get 2. Some kids immediately eat. The majority of them struggle with that. So it's a learned thing about how you can train yourself. You can use that in raising kids. There's other studies, simple studies. Kids who have chores are much, much more likely to be successful financially. And by the way, the marshmallow study, all of those kids, 50 years of studying them, almost every single kid who put that off financially is very well off. The ones that ate the marshmallow immediately have financial troubles, with a few outliers. There's lots of little things that we can do. Now, how do you implement, how do you educate parents? And how do you have legislatures implement policy in defining those roles and what we can do? And some of it, I think, conceptually is very simple. Implementation may be very difficult, but that doesn't mean we don't try to implement it, no matter how difficult it is. So I think we look at some of those things. We can have a whole talk. Music, we'll talk that next time. Music for a child will change their lives, brain development, social aptitude, crazy. If I had my role away, I'd put music in. My bill does kindergarten, first, second grade. It's a pilot program, but there's just so much data on things like music. Using your hands to build things, your brain works. And so for these kids' development, learning, so there's vocabulary and math and the 3 R's, but then there's some things that contribute to what they do. There was a study by a NASA scientist, I think he determined about 98 or 99% of every single child has genius potential, not intelligent, genius potential. And by the time they're 50 or 60, it's about 1% has genius potential anymore, or became that genius because of but it's there to start with. Aristotle said it best. Everything that we need is within us. How does it come out? And it's there for every single child, but if it's not through an environmental issue pulled out, then you're not going to be successful. And so, well, I'd like to say that'd be a good topic for next time.
Thank you, Senator Perry. I am definitely looking forward to continuing the conversation. So far we've heard from you all about kind of the values and perspectives that inform your approaches to advancing public safety and criminal justice reform. Let's turn to talking about action now, and actually implementing those reforms, those visions for public safety and a better criminal legal system through legislation. So Representative Hart, I'm going to ask you to start us off. What are the opportunities for and barriers to legislating criminal justice reform? And how do you navigate those barriers?
It's been a very, very difficult task here in the House, much different than what's in the Senate. And I'm watching both because I see the bills moving along that I'm carrying over here in the House. And I don't see much activity in the House. I'm just told that there's not a lot of appetite for criminal justice reform this year. But, I beg to differ and say you want to save some money, you say you want to help people, we want to ensure that our loved ones are educated and they return home to be productive citizens, then we've got to face it. But the biggest hurdle is just getting a bill agended. And when you ask about how do you get people involved, conversations, when you go to these facilities and you visit, those people make that connection with you. And then they begin to have their family members to reach out, because this year people can't come up to the House. So we don't see those large numbers like last year. We had more than 400 people here to talk about this game time bill. And we couldn't do that this year. So we didn't have that opportunity. But for me, I just think, obviously the House is not prepared to really push criminal justice reform like the Senate is doing. So you know what? If God gives me breath, I will be here next year and I will continue this fight for some real reform. When we talk about our HB 69, I have met with the chair over here and it looks like maybe we'll get some movement. So I'm looking forward to that happening. If I get anything on anybody's bill, anything that moves us a little bit closer to having some equity in this game with this criminal justice, I'm willing to accept that. So I just look forward to working with the Senate and trying to make sure that we get something. We've got to do something.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Representative Smith, you're a fellow member of the House. We're hearing from Representative Hart that there's not a lot of appetite for criminal justice reform this year. I also really appreciate her saying, though, that anything that moves us a bit closer to making this system, the criminal legal system, a bit more equitable is something she'd get behind. So you have a bill that has gained traction in the House and serves to make one aspect of the criminal legal system, specifically record clearing for young people, a bit more accessible and more equal, I would say. So could you tell us a bit about House Bill 93? What are the main contours of the bill and why did you introduce it?
Two bills. It's House Bill 93, which is a juvenile expungement, arrest expungement bill, and then a companion bill that goes with it is the public records exemption, because if you don't wipe out the public record of that arrest, you have wiped off your record. You know, this really doesn't do any good, because so House Bill 93, the juvenile expungement bill, got through its third committee today, the Judiciary Committee. It's been placed on second reading. It'll go to the House floor for a vote here before too long. And when that when that gets signed into law, what that's going to allow is as I refer to them as a youthful offender. Well, now current law is that somebody gets in trouble and can have a misdemeanor arrest in Florida, and can have that record after 5 years, and no other trouble with the law, can have that a misdemeanor arrest removed from the record, and they can legally say they've never been arrested. But my bill increases that to allow for felony arrests, and it would allow, once a diversion program, once law enforcement and the state's attorney agree that the youthful offender would best be served, that justice is served by a diversion program, and that youthful offender completes the diversion program, they can then automatically or immediately ask to have that arrest expunged and wiped out completely. Again, giving them the legal right to say to an employer, I've never been arrested, to a college admission counselor or applying for scholarship money, they've never been arrested, or because I spent my career in the United States Marine Corps, I know it's, you know, when a recruiter is talking to a young man or woman today, they don't ask if you've ever been convicted of a crime. They ask you if you've ever been arrested. So we want those people that want to get their lives back on track to be able to legally say, no, I've never been arrested, and also have that expunged arrest hidden from public view. But keep in mind also, if that person it's a one-time shot, one-time expungement as a juvenile, and you can do one-time expungement as an adult, but they would allow be able to legally say they weren't arrested. But if that person were to get in trouble later, that file could be unsealed or be recovered, and then used against them later at another prosecution. So it's hidden for good reason, but if that person gets off that track back to productive life, that could come back to haunt them. So that's essentially the bill.
Thank you, Representative Smith. So one of the components of FRC's policy platform is to increase and improve diversion programs for young people, and this is an issue that I've been digging into quite a bit recently. In my mind, HB 93 represents a significant improvement to diversion programs in that it would benefit tens of thousands of young people, and also make sure that all young people, regardless of their offense, who go through diversion get a clean slate. So Senator Perry, you sponsored the counterpart to House Bill 93 in the Senate, Senate Bill 274. Could you share with us what's kind of the heart behind the bill for you? Why did you decide to lead the charge on it in the Senate?
The purpose of the diversionary program is to say, here's a person who got in trouble. They didn't commit a heinous crime. They made a mistake. They did something. We're going to give them an opportunity. We're not giving them a free pass and saying, hey, go away, don't come back. We're giving them a program that they have an opportunity to go through and complete. And the whole idea of completing that program is to change. And again, like I mentioned earlier, we got to change a direction and have some different thought processes going through. So a diversionary program is designed just for that intent. They're in trouble, let's not get them back in trouble. And to not expunge, to take a 17-year-old kid who stole a laptop, or 16-year-old kid who did something, again, not heinous crime, but did something that allows them and allows the judge to put them in a diversionary program. So we're doing that, and then all of a sudden they get out. Now they're 21, but they can't get their record expired. Their record is still there. So when they try to get housing or jobs or whatever else, you can try to explain that you went through a diversionary program and you're, helped change the direction of your life, but that record is still hanging over your head. So it's just it seems to me that the two go hand in hand. The diversionary program is much less likely to be successful if you have this hanging over your head at the completion of it. So pretty simple.
Thank you, Senator Pérez. So you and Representative Smith just highlighted a tangible improvement for lives of many people that can be brought about by legislation. And as FRRC and others work to realize this vision for reimagining justice that we're talking about over these 2 days, we definitely want to support efforts like these bills. So I'm going to take advantage of having all these legislators in one room, and I'm going to ask you all how advocacy groups like FRRC and others can help support legislative efforts toward criminal justice reform. So Senator Pérez, I'm going to stick with you for a second, and then we'll hear from others. From your perspective, how can advocacy groups be effective in influencing the legislative process, especially as it relates to criminal justice?
And it's a little different this year because in-person meetings are, we're not having those in the Capitol right now. Nobody's allowed in, which makes it difficult. You can testify on meetings. More importantly is if you look at from an advocacy standpoint, if you look at, because you have members all over the place and people all over the state that are involved in this process, it's much better to reach out to an individual senator or an individual representative in your home district. I get emails, matter of fact, keen to turn off the notification. You can hear them popping up every few seconds. When I get emails and notifications from people who don't live in my district, it's not that I don't care about them, but they don't live in my district. They've got their own senator, their own representative. So find the senator or representative in your district and communicate to them how important this bill is. But remember, this is what we all have to remember. Your goal is not to make a point. Your goal is to get something accomplished. And so you got to make a point, but understand the end result. The end result is not to, like say, just spout out talking points and stuff. And so I think it's important to, well, let me back up a little bit. When I was a young person at age 18 and I was hitchhiking to the beach, I didn't have a vehicle at the time, and I had a girlfriend over there. This businessman in Gainesville picked me up. He was very successful, and he gave me one bit of advice. You sell yourself first, then you sell your product. And so what I would do is I would encourage you and your members to, if there's a state senator, state representative, whoever, you should try to build a relationship, not based on some product that you're trying to sell or promote or legislation you're trying to promote. Sometimes you don't have that opportunity and you can't do it. But if you can do that, you're more likely to have a good audience if you've already developed a relationship as a friend, as a person, as a constituent who cares about the senator, who cares about the representative. And you can also do that during campaigning season. If a senator or representative is in campaign mode and you're a constituent, they're much more likely to find the time to talk to you. And that's not saying that it's just a total political thing, but I'm saying that we're all busy. And in campaign mode, your work is to get people to vote for you. So if someone calls you up and wants to talk to you, they're likely to do that. Helping out on campaigns means that you have, if you worked on a state Senate campaign a lot, volunteered an hour, not a lot, hour a week, in short order, you probably have the cell phone number of that senator. And so that would give you, again, it's not quid pro quo. You're not doing it to say, oh, I got to do something to get something, but developing relationships and having an opportunity to get your message across. We got to think a little more strategically than just Here's my talking point.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Representative Hart, it'd be great to hear your perspective as a member of the House instead of the Senate. So for you, what can advocacy groups like FRRC and others do to support legislation to reimagine justice?
One of the many ways that I see, I really wished it worked, to be perfectly honest, would be for organizations like FRRC to do what you all have been doing, and that's advocating for us to make these changes. There are people who are listening, but I don't know if we have a loud enough voice to get people to really understand what's really happening. Unless you've ever been there, then you don't have a clue. Your children's never been there, you don't have a clue. You don't know anybody in your neighborhood that's ever been there, you don't have a clue. You think everybody is being treated fairly. And I have the utmost respect for Senator Pizzo because he's telling the truth, just like it really is. When young Black and brown boys go up into that courtroom, they are many times petrified with no family support. And I know he's telling the truth because I went to some juvenile actual court hearings to see what that looked like. And when I would see the prosecutor come in and they're all laughing and smiling with the public defenders and everybody, and then a young kid comes up and they have the same charge and it goes completely different, then I began to realize this is not a fair justice system. And until we have to continue to advocate, all of us, but we've got to elect the right people. We've got to elect people who care about people. And there's not just I want to be an elected official because it looks good. No, I want to be an elected official, not because I want to be a servant for those people that I'm supposed to serve and try and help. So when I look at this criminal justice system, I'm sometimes just baffled as to how is it that we ever begin to correct it, even with thousands of advocates. Last year, we had 400 people come up with FRRC and FAM and Florida Cares, and then we have 20 sheriffs come up that just drugged me literally because they said I was not making communities safer by advocating for game time to be able to allow people to get out early. But you have driver's license folks sitting in our facilities for 5 and 6 years. Really?
Yeah.
And I know some personally out of my own district that were habitual drivers, but we didn't try to figure out how we could help them to get a license. And now we do. We have this free driver's license days and everything is forgiven and you get your license back. They're sitting in a cell for a driver's license offense for years. What's fair about that?
Right. So
I just need you all to continue advocating. I mean, I don't know how you reach many of my people on this side, because I'm at 42 out of 120. So I'm really under the gun over here in this house. But I won't ever give up. I will just keep on fighting every single day to try and make a difference in people's lives. And I thank Senator Pizzo for all he's doing on the other side.
thank you, Representative Hart. We will definitely continue advocating. So one of the things you mentioned that I wanted to uplift, though, is that people don't necessarily understand what's really happening in the criminal legal system. They don't have lived experience. If someone they care about hasn't been affected, people, including legislators, might not realize what's going on. They might think people are being treated fairly. So Senator Pizzo, you've really emphasized the importance of legislators gaining some of that experience and understanding. How do you as a legislator engage your peers and other stakeholders in understanding criminal justice issues and advocating for reform?
I think, and I've only been here 3 years. I know that sounds like, what do you mean only 3 years? But I'm in the minority party, and it took a couple of years it's kind of like leaving my boys home at home for the first time and just making sure when I came home they didn't burn the house down, and then we go to longer periods of time that mom and dad will be out. But they made me the chair of criminal justice, which I don't take lightly, to be a Democrat in my first term and to be the chair of criminal justice in a candidly hyper sort of polarized environment where there's large divisions and schisms that are getting larger in some pockets. So if you look at the number of bills that have been filed, we've kept our dance card very full in each and every single committee meeting. We've had at least 8 or 9, 10, staff looked at me like I had 4 heads today when I was like, let's get all 15 remaining bills on for the last meeting. Now, at the very least, to Representative Hart's point, we're unpackaging and unpeeling years of crud. And what I mean by that is, you look at some of the things that we have to update or that expose themselves years later. So if there's a bill, that should happen to mention like, defacing a monument with $200 or more, for instance, right? Well, you ask yourself, how long has it been $200? It's been $200 since 1974, right? We've had the grand theft amount was at $300 since before you were born, Miss Williams. I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? And we just finally brought up to $750. It should be higher. When I think of grand theft, I think of at least $1,000. These things. Now, here's the reason. Nobody, for years, and I don't respect it, I don't appreciate it, but I understand theoretically what happens. What happens is nobody wants to touch criminal justice stuff and being seen as being soft or pulling back or pushing back, right? Judges feel the same way. I saw when I was a prosecutor. Nobody wanted to be the judge that let somebody out and something happened, because those are elected positions as well. But when you, even in the face of data, even in the face of percentages and numbers, and we're not talking 1 here, 5 here, 2, we're talking thousands of people, of human beings, basically living the data and providing the data of what's necessary, to get to a public safety perspective. We're just unpacking crud. Listen, and Representative Hart knows this, the very first meeting that we held in criminal justice, I was like, listen, this is not to embarrass anybody, but we're going to spend the entire first meeting listening to a presentation that we've prepared here with staff to explain some criminal justice stuff, the basics, right? You ever watch a TV show and they're like, yeah, he went to jail for 5 years. No, that's prison, okay? That's prison, all right? Oh, he's got a misdemeanor. Do you know what that is? Like, do you know the difference between misdemeanor and felony? Do you know what a minimum mandatory is? Do you know what a violent felony offender of special concern that was, and hopefully we laid that foundation so as we went along, people weren't embarrassed to ask questions. And coming out of that very first meeting, we had a couple members who would never engage in this. We're probably wondering, why the hell did I get assigned or appointed to this committee? We're like, hey, can I talk to you about game time? And even Senator, I'll say it, Senator Gaynor was like, well, what happened to the trustee program? And what kind of vocation? And what are we? I'm like, oh, look who's, look who's wants to come to the party. And here's a basic question to ask. And I have asked this if I've had discussions with people that were, being prosecuted sometimes. I mean, we used to spend a lot of time in the courtroom or during a trial or during a situation. You get to know the other side, so to speak, right? You don't dehumanize them. They're people. There's a social contract. There's an understanding. What we've lost is a balance between appropriate time of either incarceration or probation or some sort of supervision with a mix of, that's a mindless warehousing. That there's no consideration for your future. There's absolutely no contemplation whatsoever of helping you. But I did that change that we talked about early, like, to change it from punishment to public safety, so everyone can feel a little selfish in a good way, meaning you're invited to the party and you're invited to the party and you're invited to the discussion and you're invited, and it's up to all of us. And the only way that you foster a conversation, like I said before, is if you talk about public safety.
Thank you, Senator Pizzo. So as we think about how to build relationships between legislators and communities to do some of that kind of unpackaging and unpeeling and do some reimagining, I wanted to circle back to something Representative Hart said. So Representative Hart, you said that elected officials should want to be a servant for the people. They should care about people and issues that affect them. Senator Perry, would you share with us how you personally came into criminal justice reform? What's your connection to these issues?
Yeah, so I grew up in Gainesville and back in the late 60s and 70s. And I got involved with alcohol and drugs. And that's just a way of life for me and almost every person that I knew or hung out with. So alcohol and drugs became very prevalent in my life. And look, people can drink and do things. I get it, but mine was to excess. caused me issues. I spent one night in county jail, got arrested for drug possession, drug paraphernalia. I tell people I only spent one night in jail because I only got caught one time. And I was fortunate to have a situation. There were some friends, there were tragedies. You know, one of my best friends was killed coming out of a bar that him and I went to all the time. And we would all leave, you know, inebriated and other things. And he got killed right there. And it was kind of a turning point in my life where I got, it was a spiritual, I got saved out of alcohol and drugs. And it was an immediate thing where 31 years ago, I haven't had a drink or drugs. And again, I'm not saying people who socially drink and do their stuff, that's not for me to judge them on that. But in my life, it was a turning point, and I felt that I had a guy come from Jacksonville who started a Prisoners for Christ. It was a transitional housing. Ken Cooper, if you read his book, it's pretty amazing. When he came to our church, that I just started attending, he was a travel agent, had a big travel agency in South Carolina, I think. Very successful, wife, kids. He looked like a banker kind of guy. He had a side hobby, which was robbing banks. And he robbed banks all over the Southeast. When he got caught in Florida, and they convicted him, he got a 99-year sentence. And he talked about some things that happened in prison that changed his life dramatically. He got a full pardon. I'm not quite sure how that, I can't remember. It's a long time ago that we had talked, but anyway, he started this thing, and I was listening to him talk about this thing, and I just felt this calling in myself that I'm going to do this as well. And so that's when we started the House of Hope shortly after I met him, and we looked at his program and do it. So it's just been one of those things. And I have a roofing business. So in my business, you know, I hire a lot of people who are getting out of prison. I have a lady who just spent 27 years in prison, and she is a neat story. She came through House of Hope for Women, graduated, had a job. I found out about her. She was looking for, she had a kind of a temporary kind of job, and so we hired her. She's been with us about a year and a half. Christmas time, she was won the Employee of the Year award at our business, voted by her peers. So what a neat opportunity to see somebody who you know, who was a contributing member to society and very productive, and you know, and so anyway, so I've been involved with that. It's just been a calling. It's, you know, people have passions, they do different things, and this has been something that's been on my heart for quite some time.
So much for sharing that, Senator Pérez. So I'm going to close this out with a question for each of you. We have talked about a lot of big and complex issues today. So I want to end with something a little more specific and tangible. What is one action that people can take to support legislating criminal justice reform? And Representative Smith, I'll begin with you.
I think locally, I'll answer that in two ways. What can we do here in Tallahassee, and what can we do locally? Is the, you know, I have been involved on the campaign trail when I was elected in 18 and again in 20, talking about we've got too many first-time nonviolent offenders in jail. It's a terrible business model. It's very wasteful, very ineffective, especially for treating, you know, prison is not the place to treat drug and alcohol addiction. So I talked about that. And then I had some people locally said, hey, we heard you say this and you post this on your social media. Would you be willing to meet with a group of people, your constituents, and talk about this? I was like, absolutely. So that's what people can do locally, is reach out to their elected officials and ask, let's meet for coffee at IHOP, you know, or someplace, and sit across the table. And I've heard a lot of stories and shocking stories. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. And I thought I was hearing, you know, it was like I was watching a Law and Order episode of just some egregious miscarriage of justice. And that's where I started getting it into my head. And I use the term, we need justice in Florida, not vengeance. Because some of this stuff is just incredibly, you just almost can't believe it's true, because you see it's people have gotten these sentences that are just ridiculous. It makes no sense. It's terrible business. It doesn't get us somebody coming out of jail and back as a productive citizen. So that's what we can do locally, is reach out to your elected officials and just ask them to meet, for a cup of coffee and with a group of people and hear some stories. I tell you, that's what got me motivated and really what sparked me to file House Bill 93 and 95. But up here in Tallahassee, we're already working on, Senator Perry and I are already working on some legislation for the 2022 legislative session that deals with gain time. And it's another area in prison reform that we have an opportunity for what it's kind of a quick win. As I've toured correctional facilities in Florida and met with corrections officers and incarcerated citizens, I've been able to, I'm shocked. I was pleasantly shocked how much essentially, those incarcerated and the corrections officers agree. And we've just got to get that agreement down on a piece of paper that we can get through the legislative process so we can get gain time. Because I think that's another quick win, like my juvenile justice bill, because my juvenile justice bill has never had a no vote in the House or Senate. And that's the kind of thing that's bipartisan. Everybody knows it's the right thing to do. And you just have to have the political will to push it across the finish line and get it to the governor. And we're working on some other options for training. And again, gain time, I think, are ones where we can really do some good, but not this session. You can't eat the elephant all at one city. You got to do it a bite at the time.
Well, let me just say, I hope you can eat part of this elephant. I've carried this bill for 2 years. On game time. This is the second session that I've carried this bill on game time, because I realize that you have to change the game time. In addition to the game time, yes, we have to provide educational opportunities, but that's House Bill 235 this year that I'm working on with Senator Perry currently, and the parole bill. Those are two things that are critically important to the state of Florida. But, in the analysis, we know that we could save $850 million over the next 5 years if we just push game time. And with the current status of where our budget is, we should have been trying to make sure we got that across the finish line this year. We need that money more than ever. And I watched Senator Pizzo today in the Senate, and I was like, OMG, because they talked about whether or not they need to close facilities. And it's not 1 million people that you're going to put out. The Sheriff's Association says, no, we're putting dangerous people on the street. But the bill says first-time nonviolent offenders was what the bill entailed to be able to give that game time to. So hopefully, if we don't get it, I work with you all in 2022, but that is critically important to me. I say one of the many things we do is go visit the facilities. I'm online every single day with, oh my God, so many people that keep calling me, and I'm making the calls to the facilities to help their loved ones live a little bit better while they're confined. But unless you physically step into these facilities and see them for yourself, it's very hard to even begin to imagine what this really looks like. And I've been to 55, so I have a real good idea. And I fashioned all of the legislation that I'm pushing this year around what I've been told by the family members of our loved ones who are incarcerated. So I really think it's important that we go to the facilities. We do have these conversations with all of the groups that are out there, and there's hundreds of them, and they're up on our pages and stuff. So I really do thank you, Representative Smith. I did not realize that you were working on game time, but I'm more than happy to continue that fight, because I've been at that for the last couple of years, and I know how important it is. It's an oxymoron that we're not already doing something. It's crazy not to have game time. So I applaud the efforts, and if it doesn't happen in 2021, 2022, I will be back again, and I'm willing to work with whomever is working on it. But that's why I reached out to Senator Perry, because that is critically important, and the parole piece, because we don't have a parole system. We have nothing for parole.
Thanks to both of you. So Representative Hart, if I could ask you to continue thinking on these kind of critical next steps and priorities and pose the same question to you. So what is one action that people can take to support legislation on criminal justice reform?
It appears that I will get some movement on 69, HB 69, which is a parole bill. All it does is set parameters for the Florida Florida Commission on Offender Review. Stop sending people up for reviews when you know you're not going to release them, and put some parameters on this thing. Tell me I need to bring you 10 more years and 30 programs. And I'm willing to do that. But to keep making me come back every 7 years and saying, go back and get 5 more programs, go get 10 more. And when the bill does get to the up, I have letters from people who've been in prison 42 years, been up for the Commission on Offender Review 5 times, have done 70 programs. Does it make sense? You're not giving me a real reason to try to be incentivized. You're not helping me. So, you know, we just got to be real with this thing. But I thank you, Senator Pizzo. I watched you today. I was saying, yes, you go. But I'm doing the same thing. And all I can do is continue to do that. Next year, I just heard him say they're doing the game time. I've been working on it for 2 years, and it's okay. I don't care who gets the bill. As long as it gets passed, that's all that's really important to me. I'll be happy to sign on to it in 2022. If they insist that it's gonna go, I'm there. Because at the end of the day, I'm here to be of a service to the people in my community in the greater state of Florida. And that would mean monumental change to get that game time. So I'm ready. Tell the people next year, let's push game time no matter who's carrying the bill, and I'll sign on to it.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Senator Pizzo, I'm going to ask you too. So what is one action that people can take to support legislation that reimagines criminal justice?
Handwrite letters. They're never thrown out. They're always read. They're always kept, and they're 98% of the time replied to, and they're so effective. I know that petitions are important. I know people join on to the same sort of email, sort of all the handwrite a letter, tell a personal story. Okay, that is the most, that bar none is the most effective. I read every single one of them. I will tell you that when I see an email that looks like the same one that I got 50 times, it goes into a folder. I'm not saying we don't keep it, we just don't read every one of them, right? We just can't. So that's that personal contact. And to Representative Hart's point, let me just say this. Democrats don't own this space, okay? And we have no pride of authorship. If Republican so-and-so wants to do it, it's fine. Senator Brandis and Senator Perry demonstrate that, you know, Democrats don't own the space. If somebody else wants to do it, go ahead. We actually, like, we're actual real believers in this stuff. So somebody else can put their name on it. They can take the credit for it. It still serves. There's a lot of things we do behind the scenes that we prop up other people so they continue to like it. Okay. Take the unemployment situation. A lot of us helped other people's districts and didn't take credit for it. So they trust us in the space when it comes down to a vote of, it could go, 5-4, or one way can go 5-4 the other way. And today, I think there were some other people that were equally pissed off about how poor the budgeting was as well.
Thank you, Senator Pizzo, for sharing that really tangible recommendation. So Senator Perry, we're going to close it out with you. What is one action that people can take to support efforts that reimagine legislation shaping the criminal justice system in Florida?
Well, as I mentioned, look, it's a marketing. You got to look at it from a marketing standpoint. How do you sell your product? And you're competing with a lot of other products. We're up here for 60 days during session. We're up here for another couple months for committee meetings for that. But we'll have 1,500 bills that get filed. We'll pass about 200 bills. It's not that people, are necessarily against your legislation. It's there's a certain amount of there's some apathy in that. More than that, it's just there's not enough time to get everything done. So how do you move yours up on the agenda? So back to, this is some long-term strategies. It's if you want to come up for one day to Tallahassee and advocate, okay, do that. But if that's all you're going to do, you're going to have very little impact. So it's a long-term strategic plan on how to do it. But also, one of the things that I find not in your endeavors, but in almost every endeavor, sides are drawn on a political side, Republican, Democrat. If sides are drawn, even if they're perceived, they can be very negative. And so there's not any Republican that really wants to go out of their way to help a group that they feel is opposed to them because they're a Republican. No Democrat wants to really go out and help a group that they think are opposed to them because they're a Democrat. And so when we make it a partisan issue, again, that's not being a student, that's not learning, that's not engaging, that's just becoming partisan. Again, some of that is more perceived than reality, but some of it's reality. And it happens on every group. I don't care what group you're in, there's a certain amount of reality to that. And that little bit of reality now can turn into a broad perception of things. So we want to have bipartisan support on things that we do. And we have to, if we're going to have bipartisan support, it means we got to support people outside of that. And you know, I tell people about criminal justice reform. I tell people about my #1 initiative, which is music and arts and elementary education. They go, but you're a Republican. I'm like, you know, well, if there were some Democrats pushing it, then I wouldn't have to, but there's no Democrats pushing it. So, but we get in this partisan thing and people make these assumptions and judgments. And again, when you, it's going to divide people and it's pretty hard to get something done. So get past that, work on that, and understand a little action can cause a great deal of harm from a perception standpoint. And some of it you can't control, and I'm not saying that you can, but what you can control, you need to control. And understand this is a long-term, this is this session, but this is long-term commitment over the next years of how we are going to be engaged and how we're going to make a difference. And I tell people all the time, my goal is not to stand up on a tabletop and scream and yell and shout. My goal is to get things done. And so be strategic, be smart. I don't have lobbyists coming in my door with their arms crossed and a frown on their face going, you better, you know, they come in here and tell me what a nice tie I'm wearing. And, you know, flattery is a sin. Don't get flattery, but be strategic. And that's all I'd say to everybody. Let's be smart in how we go about this.
Thank you, Senator Pérez. So today we have heard from 4 of our state's legislators, Democrat and Republican, in the House and the Senate, on what reimagining criminal justice legislation looks like and means to them. So Representative Smith, you shared with us this value in upholding justice, not vengeance. And we heard across the board the importance of public safety as a frame to reshaping criminal justice. We also moved past these values and frames to talk about action. And to that point, Representative Hart and Senator Pizzo, you told us that we have some work to do. We need to make some serious changes in the next few years. And Senator Pizzo, to use your words, we need to unpackage and unpeel years of crud in the criminal legal system. And Senator Pérez, you shared with us that as advocacy groups and communities seek to do this kind of work, push our legislators to reimagine justice, we need to build relationships and be strategic. Everyone, thank you so much for being with us today and giving us better insight into how to use and influence legislation to make change. Thank you, Representative Hart, Representative Smith, Senator Pérez, and Senator Pizzo. I think that through reimagining legislation, we are many steps closer to realizing FRRC's policy platform and the needs and goals of Florida's returning citizens. So thank you so much, everyone.
I just really enjoyed listening to some people who really care about these issues, talk about what it means for our communities, for returning citizens, for directly impacted people in our communities that are impacted by the criminal justice system, and how democracy could play an important role and be an incredibly powerful tool to help improve the quality of life for us and our loved ones.
My name is Angel Sanchez, and I'm originally from Miami, Florida. But unfortunately, I grew up in Florida's prison system after being tried as an adult at the age of 16. Thankfully for me, though, after serving 12 years in prison, today I am a law student at the University of Miami. I grew up around a world of crime and violence in a tough neighborhood, a bad neighborhood, if you will. My mom has battled drug addiction since I was a kid. My dad, who was an immigrant and a hard worker, did his best to raise me on his own. But by the time I was 12 and 13, as anyone would know, my peers and my environment would come to have a stronger influence over me than my dad did. After being sentenced to 30 years in state prison and with barely a 9th grade education, I didn't forget my dad's words, that if you work hard and get an education, you can do great things in this country. With that in mind, I was really proud to immediately upon arriving in state prison getting a GED. But I also discovered that I had a passion for the law. And in discovering that passion, I began to say, if I ever get out, I would make sure that I pursue this dream of someday going to law school. Individuals who can't vote but are impacted and passionate about an issue can hopefully motivate others to vote. The reality is that most of our country does not go out and vote, meaning most of our country takes for granted the opportunity to voice their opinion and to use their influence. I think people do that because they have no real reason to get involved. A real reason, meaning a person, a story. I would encourage them to look at me and say, wow, this person has changed their entire life around, is serving the community, is a leader, is a role model, has other people looking up to him, is a mentor to at-risk youth, is an advocate against violence in the communities. And yet this person, every election is reminded that he's a second-class citizen. Let me say it again. Every single election, I'm reminded I'm a second-class citizen. If you work hard and get an education, you can do great things in this country. But if you use that to help others, you can then become great.
I cannot wait for our next panel discussion, Reimagining Prosecution. It's hosted by Angel Sanchez, an incredible leader here at FRRC. We've got Harold Pryor, the state attorney from the 17th Judicial Circuit, Katherine Fernandez Rundle, who's the state attorney for the 11th Judicial Circuit, and Monique Worrell, who's the state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit, all having a conversation about what it means to reimagine prosecution here in the state of Florida. This is not one that you want to miss. That panel conversation's coming up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Angel Sanchez, and I want to welcome you to our panel today, Reimagining Prosecution, as part of our Reimagining Justice 2021 conference hosted by the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I'm a proud member and a longtime committed partner in the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition organization. I'm a formerly incarcerated leader. And I am happy to be here with some amazing panelists, our amazing state attorneys from Florida. Now, for those of you who are watching from outside of Florida, or even those of you in Florida who don't know, our state attorneys are the local prosecutors who run the local prosecuting office in our local jurisdictions. So for those of you outside of Florida, it is the equivalent of your district attorneys. Now, with us, we have Monique Worrell. She is the state attorney for the 9th Judicial Circuit, which is better known as Orlando, Kissimmee, and those surrounding areas. We also have state attorney Katherine Fernandez Rundle for the 11th Judicial Circuit, and that is also better known as Miami-Dade County. And we have with us state attorney Harold Pryor for the, the 17th Judicial Circuit, which is better known, and I wouldn't have forgot this, Broward County. Their resumes and their bios, you can look at them. They're packed with all the great work they're doing. Ms. State Attorney Worrell comes to us as having been a former public defender before going on and actually teaching at the University of Florida School of Law. And we have Katherine Fernandez Rundle, who herself has been reform-minded and has been known as a pioneer on smart justice with many different programs throughout her tenure in Miami. And we have State Attorney Harold Pryor, who himself has been the first Black state attorney elected in Broward County and ran on a reform platform last year, as well as State Attorney Worrell. So before we get into this conversation, I want to say just a little bit about myself, and this is a conversation and a point I want to bring up to the panelists. I have an experience with the criminal justice system, having served 12 years, being tried as an adult when I was a juvenile, going on from outside of prison, homeless, to law school, and now a recent law school graduate. And so I have that perspective. But today's conversation, I want to ground it on other experiences which sometimes are lost. Many of the people that are impacted by the criminal justice system And in fact, people who have been convicted of committing violent crimes don't enter violence for the first time through their criminal conduct, meaning they witness crime beforehand or they experience crime beforehand. And I'm talking about violent crimes. And so this is something I don't talk about much, but it is something that I'm going to ground my questions and some of my follow-up questions on. And it's the fact that I suffered crime as a child. I was sexually abused. I don't talk about this much, but I think we are all called for a certain purpose. And I think I've been called for a certain, like for such a time as this, as they would say in my church, right? And I think I didn't want to hide that fact, because I know as prosecutors, you're trying often to bring justice, but also vindicate the victims. And a lot of times the people that you're accused, that are before you as accused, themselves have been victims. And as a teenager, I had my friend killed in front of me. So I'm also going to ground it in the experience of a witness of murder before I ever even picked up a gun, right? And also as one who was, had to go through the process of a trial for the murder of my friend, right? And as a teenager. And so with that, I just wanted to lay that out there for those who are watching, and for myself actually, to be a little bit vulnerable and say that I'm going to be asking from that point of view, because I've never reported the sexual abuse crimes to this day. And there's a reason for that. Now, let's get a little bit lighter and let's pull back a little. And I want to say that today we're going to be able to have a little bit of fun, and that is going to be that we can have a conversation about reimagining what prosecution would look like if you had control of changing the system, right? And so I don't want you to feel pressured. There's no right or wrong answer. The only wrong answer would be that we don't imagine broad enough. Many times we get into meetings and we're told, all right, it would be great to reimagine, but right now we need to do what is practical and it is achievable. Today, we hope to discuss, or I hope that we can discuss some imaginative ways that we can reevaluate prosecution, and then probably chart an outline that can help us achieve that, and maybe come back some years later and see how we're doing and continue this conversation. And so with that, I want to turn my first question to you, State Attorney Worrell. And it's going to be a question that is going to go around the panel, but I'm going to start with you, State Attorney Worrell. What does reimagining prosecution mean to you, or what would it look like?
Angel, thank you. First of all, I'm so excited to be here with you guys on this panel today with my esteemed colleagues, Kathy and Harold. Thank you all for being here, and thank you, FRRC, for having us. And Angel, thank you for sharing that story. Thank you for being vulnerable. You know, my answer really is deeply rooted in your sharing your experience. And that is that there is significant overlap in our criminal justice system between who is a victim and who is the defendant. And that many times defendants are victimized before they actually enter into criminal conduct. And that to ignore that is really being oblivious to the cycle of our system. I think one of my strengths is the fact that I have been a defense attorney for 20 years prior to running for state attorney, and that a lot of those victims turned defendants were my clients. So I got to know them in ways that a typical prosecutor would not. I got to understand their history and their background and what their stories are and where they're coming from and how they got to the place that they are that required me to represent them. So I think it's really important for us as a society to recognize that overlap. And for me, reimagining justice would be instead of training individuals to dehumanize people who we call defendants, rather than instead to recognize their humanity and recognize that in every individual, there is a human being that deserves to have not just the benefit of the doubt, but the assessment of what led them to the point to commit whatever the act is that we are now judging them for, and that those factors can be mitigating as far as what their conduct is, and it should play a role in how we view them and how we hold them accountable for what their actions are.
Thank you so much for those encouraging comments, Monique. Ms. Fernandez Rundle?
I want to echo the same appreciation for this opportunity. Angel, thank you so much for hosting this and for talking to us about some deep issues that have troubled you and the courage that it took for you to make that announcement on a recorded event. I want to thank the FRRC and of course our good friend Desmond Meade for coming up with this great idea to talk about reimagining prosecution. And I just love that title. And of course, we're all very crazy about Desmond Meade. He's phenomenal. In fact, I have his book here, but I wasn't gonna pander too much. And then I just want to tell you, I have enjoyed getting to know Monique, you know, my colleagues, other state attorneys, new state attorneys, they're fabulous. Monique and Harold and I have had the opportunity to meet, to speak and share challenges and share solutions. And it's just such a pleasure to have gotten to know both of you. And I just think you're just going to be phenomenal public servants, and you already have been, and you're just going to do a great job as you move forward. So on something that you said, Angel, I want to just go back to really quickly. There's two things that spring to mind, in addition to what Monique said is absolutely true. But we know through data, I'm a very science-driven type person, and I think we all should be somewhat, right? So that we can understand what we're doing, the outcomes, the results, process. And one of the things that I learned a long time ago is about, it's a study that was done by the Department of Justice called Children Do What They See. And it was, and this was kind of in the era when I was trying to do things in areas of domestic violence and so on and so forth. Because if we don't break those intergenerational cycles of violence, they tend to repeat themselves, and in quite an extensive way. So a lot of what were once victims later on enter the world of criminal conduct, and then they're snagged because we never really dealt with that issue for them, the trauma. The other thing is looking at neuroscience. Brain science has really come into its own in the last sort of 20 years. And now what we know is something what you described is that when you have adverse childhood events, there was a study called ACE, adverse childhood events, that we now know, depending on how many and the extent, that with just a couple of significant ones, you become extremely vulnerable, like Monique said, either to be a victim of a crime and or one charged with a crime. And so one of the things that I'm excited about is how we as professionals within the criminal justice system can begin to understand this neuroscience and build alternative pathways and solutions that deal with those events, to begin the healing process, to be a reconstructive process, to reintegrate better into the world where we're getting them the things that they need to overcome some of those adverse childhood experiences. So I think if we start to really focus on that on the long term, we will be able to really address those vulnerabilities and the victims of those vulnerabilities.
Well, thank you so much for that, State Attorney Fernandez Rundle. In fact, your jurisdiction has pioneered a lot of the different diversionary courts, but among them, the mental health court, and the lead judge there on a panel we were on mentioned how some of this needs to be addressed as early as the 3rd grade. And instead of labeling children as troubled children, most of these children have had traumatic experiences. And his perspective was beyond the courtroom, right? It's not waiting till it gets to us, but rather how can we do preventative justice, if you will. And it isn't by incarcerating people, but addressing the social needs. So for so many people, preventative justice, let's arrest people ahead of time, as opposed to let's help people ahead of time. Mr. Pryor, what would be your take on what reimagining prosecution means to you, or what would it look like?
Well, no, thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you to Monique, and thank you to Kathy so much. Thank you for being inspirations to me. I draw inspiration from each and every one of you on various different levels. And Angel, thank you so much for sharing your story. I don't think we're much different. It's just I probably didn't get caught on a lot of things, right? And I had a lot of friends that were involved in some matters that ultimately got them caught up in the system. And one thing I think I look at, and I think Monique touched on it, and even Kathy, is that there's a lack of empathy and compassion in the criminal justice system, both in the law enforcement realm and in the prosecutorial realm. Look, we know traditionally in the prosecution throughout the country, not just South Florida, not just in the state of Florida, it was more of a law and order, right? It was either you were a bad person, irrespective of what type of crime or what level of crime you committed. If you generated a record, you have a record, and you should be dealt with accordingly, right? To me, reimagining the criminal justice system or instituting principles of smart justice that Kathy has innovated in Miami, in which I plan to model, and I'm taking ideas selfishly from her. I'm always picking her brain, is really truly understanding. And I think whenever you talk about reimagining the criminal justice system, we have to understand that the concept of criminal justice reform or smart justice and the concept of public safety or safer communities, those concepts aren't mutually exclusive. I think if you start with that belief when we're looking at the system and reimagining the system, that's the start, because basically we never thought, or many people in the criminal justice system thought, that those concepts could be done in conjunction or in balance of one another. And I happen to be one of those that believe that we can balance that. And then also another aspect of reimagining criminal justice system is transparency. You've seen transparency kind of come into other areas of institutions of our society. It's slowly but surely coming into the criminal justice system, but not so much in our prosecutorial systems. And so I think one way we can reimagine is by instituting openness, transparency. I think prosecutorial performance indicators are a great start. Smart justice concepts that Kathy's already been doing, that I think many of us are now starting to catch up to. And I think that's a start. I think that's where we start. That's what reimagining the criminal justice system is to me.
That's really good, State Attorney Pryor. I actually appreciate the fact that you said the only difference between you and I is that I might have been the one that got caught. And I would tell you that is 90% of what every correctional officer said to me throughout 12 years in prison, right? And unfortunately, we have a labeling like society that tells us and gives us false positives and false negatives. In other words, if you're convicted, you're bad, which means everybody not convicted is good, right? If I have a degree, I'm smart, meaning everybody else who doesn't have a degree is good. I mean, it's bad or not smart. And unfortunately, when we allow these labels to rule the day, it takes away the humanity from the individual, but it also makes us less human by not challenging us to become proximate and to get to know the person beyond those mere labels. So I really appreciate that. I want to also now turn to that lack of compassion, that tough on crime. So many of us equate justice with revenge. In fact, I think many people who were very anti-prosecution or pro-prosecutorial reform immediately seem to flip the script when people they don't like are the ones accused of crimes. We saw that, for example, with the riot, the Capitol riots, or we see it when a police officer receives a hug from a judge, and people get angry because they've come to equate justice with sheer punishment and vengeance. And what I like to say to folks is, we don't want to race to the bottom. We just want every defendant to get a hug from a judge. Not that she shouldn't get a hug from the judge, is that everybody should be treated with that kind of opportunity, with that kind of compassion, right? We want to race to the top. And so what I've come to learn is that, unfortunately, all of us, no one has a monopoly on this righteous indignation. We all want this vengeance, sadly, and it's something that we need to check within ourselves. So we all are subject to it. But one of the things that I've come to learn, and from my experience, that what makes us a little bit more empathetic to other people is when we have some similar experience that we can relate to, or we have some loved one that we can relate to. And what we've known is that most of the electorate that elects a lot of the DAs around the country and state attorneys here in Florida, most of them are not impacted by the criminal legal system. Most of them have not experienced what tough on crime and over policing looks like, but they have an outsized voice in electing the folks. So they get the benefits of tough on crime, but not the consequences in their community. I want to turn to you, Monique. What's your thoughts on that? And what are some structural changes that can happen so that we can have the people most impacted having a democratic say in saying, you've gone too far?
Well, I'll tell you that it has been one of my greatest challenges since starting office on January 5th. And that is the concept that accountability does not automatically equal incarceration. That there are alternatives to incarceration that will actually help to build a stronger, safer community. Well, what do I mean by that? If someone does something wrong, they should go to jail. Well, yes, societally, that's what we believe. But I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe that that always has to be the end game. I believe that we have different pockets of things within our criminal legal system. Some of those things are addiction. So for people who suffer from addiction, we should recognize that addiction is not behavioral, it is physiological, and we cannot treat something that is physiological with incarceration, because the only thing that we're going to do is have someone who comes home within 3 to 5 years who is still an addict. In fact, even more of an addict than they were when we sent them, because the mere conditions of prison are conducive to the things that drive addiction, right? We also have mental health. So we cannot treat mental health with incarceration because, again, this is something that is an illness and it's not behavioral and cannot be treated as though it is behavioral. So for those people, we need to invest resources in mental rehabilitation. Homelessness, right? We have a lot of homeless crimes, but we can't treat homelessness with incarceration because those people too come home. So what I have been challenged to do over the first 2 months of my administration is try to change the culture of prosecution among the rank and file prosecutors within my office and within the community, and understand that it doesn't mean that I'm being soft on crime when I say this person doesn't need to go to jail or prison for this offense. I'm saying let's try something different because we have a long history of incarceration, right? State Attorney Fernandez Rundle told us that she's data-driven, and I am as well. We have a long history of data that shows us that here, especially in the state of Florida, we've increased our incarceration rates by more than 300% since the 1970s and 80s. We had this war on drugs that have sent lots of people to prison for decades of their lives. But what we haven't done is stop drugs. What we haven't done is stop violent crime. So then that means that the things that we have done to address these issues has not worked. So then why not try something different? If the data shows us that the methods that we've taken have not been successful, in what area do we look at data, ignore it, and continue to do the thing that we know does not work? You're on mute, Agent.
See, now it's officially a Zoom meeting because someone spoke while on mute. So we passed the rite of passage. And so, State Attorney Fernandez Rundle, I hearing what Monique is saying and how we have all these failures, if you will. I mean, let's not mince words, failures in our society, where as a community collectively we failed either in mental health or dealing with addictions. Many of your prosecutors in your office know your culture, know the culture, and they often quote you and say that the criminal legal system is the one that is the basket that catches all of these failures, right? I'm probably butchering it, but I know I've heard it more than once. Could you explain what that means and how we could get to the place where it isn't the prosecuting office that is that backstop that's catching all the failures elsewhere?
So I want to use that as a jumping off point to piggyback on something that you said, Angel, and something that Monique said was very powerful, okay? And I agree with both of those positions, by the way. So you are right. So remember when Judge Lightman, who's a dear friend and we work together a lot, he talked about all the failures in society. And I always do, that's my phrase. We're the basket. So everywhere else, all those other preventive intersections where we could have done something meaningful in turning those vulnerabilities into strengths, into something constructive, we fail, whether it's in the school or it's in the neighborhood, it's economic, it's housing, it's all of those. When they fail, they end up with us. So what we need to do is understand what the expectations, okay, so the three of us are very reimagining minded, right? We want to do creative and create creative ways because incarceration alone is not the solution, clearly, because it's led to so many failures. But there's still a lot of expectation that that's what we're supposed to do, whether it's the legislature. I'll give you a prime example. I was into truancy was one of my first indicators when I did some studies as a newer prosecutor, trying to figure out why these children ended up in the criminal justice system. When I look back, whether there was dependency, the overlap between dependency and delinquency is huge. But when you look back, it really started in the third grade, where they started to feel isolated and alienated, and they weren't being embraced and brought up and built up. So I went to the legislature, I got some money to build this great program, and it was to go in and help families. It was just silly things, like they needed the child to watch after the infant so they could go to work and make some money for food, right? Simple things like that. So if we could go in and create that truancy wouldn't be an issue for that child. They wouldn't be falling behind in reading, et cetera. Well, the legislature said, no, you're a prosecutor. What are you doing in prevention? You're not supposed to be in prosecution. Well, therein lies, it's not the total problem because a lot of people have that same sense of it. We don't, right? Which is why we choose to do what we're doing. But that just shows you it's when you're dealing with external influences that tend to mold what they expect, what they tend to finance and fund, and even the public, what they come to expect. So what I have tried to do, I've tried to prove through, trial and error, made some missteps for sure along the way, but I tried to prove that incarceration is a traditional, old-fashioned, punitive-minded, ineffective total solution to crime and public safety. It is in part a solution to incapacitate those that are very dangerous to others, right? But there are all these others that are not. And so there has to be a more effective way. And so what I've tried to do, and my colleagues have been so great in sharing their feedback with me, is prove that we can rely less and less on incarceration. We can create these effective alternative pathways for substance abuse, for mental health issues. We can create those alternative pathways and still maintain public safety and decrease crime. And I know I sound a little bit like we're bragging because it took a long time to get everybody, the courts, and service providers, everybody in line to do these pathways. But we have reduced crime by 70% in Miami-Dade. So now the expectation when you go and you make a case, right? I want to make a case for in law, veterans court, because our mental health court worked and our drug court worked. Let's try this track. It's more readily accepted because they can see that relying on incarceration alone is not the answer, nor is it smart. It's very cost effective in addition to being ineffective.
That's very, very, very interesting. Yeah, I've glanced at research that showed two similarly situated individuals, same demographics, same crime. One might have got on probation, one goes to jail. The public was put at greater risk by simply sending that person to jail, meaning the jail itself was criminogenic in creating. And so I could imagine the challenge that prosecutors have, where the only tools they have is my way of showing toughness is by giving you more jail, or my way of showing I care about public safety is by giving more time. And yet, unfortunately, more time will reduce some public safety on the back end. Right. And so I think that's a really something that we need to imagine how we change those structures, because prosecutors don't have the tool set that social workers, that schools, that educators, and that everyone else has that ought to be addressing the need long before it gets to a courtroom. Turning to you, State Attorney Pryor, I know you were open and unequivocal about saying you wouldn't direct file juveniles, and we're hearing State Attorney Fernandez Rundle talk about how many of these problems start at a very young age. I still remember, I think my first time put in handcuffs and arrested was when I was 9 years old in elementary school. And I think we had another case not too long ago that happened in Orlando. And it had to do with a friend who brought a knife to school because he got jumped the day before and he wanted to scare them off. And it worked. He scared them off. But they told on him, and I held the knife. I wanted to be a friend, so I held it in my book bag. And then both of us got a case. And then my case dates back to when I was in elementary school for that. And real quickly, I want to share something with you. My nephew recently had a similar situation in the house with his sister. And I immediately went over there and I disciplined him. I taught him. He got grounded for a long period of time. He later called me 2 weeks later asking, what can he do to earn some more of the responsibility and trust that he had before? What can he do to earn his game back that he had lost to the next reporting card? And my answer to him was, the harm you've done to someone else isn't just someone else. You also do the harm, in my faith, to God and to yourself. And so while that person may or may not want to forgive you, you still have to deal with this individual responsibility. And that punishment, there has to be a consequence. And I told him, you know what? You've earned your way back. He earned it back. And I said, I'm going to take your punishment until the next report card so that you can have your game back. And I promise you, and I'm proud to have done this, and I thank God that I had the presence of mind to do it. But I promise you, he will have learned a lot more as a 9-year-old than I did when I was put in handcuffs. So I just wanted to share that, State Attorney Pryor. Your thoughts on direct file?
Not to step on State Attorney Pryor, but I just want to highlight something that you said there that was so important. He will learn a lot more from grace.
That's
because
right.
You extended grace, and that is what we are lacking in our society. It's that grace and that compassion that State Attorney Pryor spoke of previously.
And he was still held accountable.
You still held
He was still held accountable.
Right.
And when people talk about how do we deal with crime without police or prosecutors? Ask, how do you deal with it when it's in your home?
Right. That's a great point. And look, compassion, empathy, grace, accountability are all important components of that. It's just what happens and what we're all faced with Kathy, Monique, and myself, what we're faced with is when that child allegedly commits a serious nature crime, a capital offense, or a murder, right? I've always said, and to be clear, my fundamental goal is to not charge children as adults. I don't want to charge a child as an adult. I don't want to direct file the child. And my goal is to focus on those particular crimes or occurrences where we can catch that child before it rises to that level of them committing a capital offense or murder. And then I'm forced to make that tough decision. And so with that being said, that's always the goal of my office, to catch those kids, catch those children, treat them like children, give them a second chance, and not charge them as adults. But I have to, look, we all know it. We have direct filed a child for murder. We will in the future. I know it's going to happen. Inevitably, it's going to happen. But my goal as state attorney is to not direct file those children who may have committed lesser crimes or alleged to have committed lesser crimes. How can we be creative in finding ways and finding alternatives to present that level of grace, to present those second and third chances, to prevent them from ultimately graduating or committing a more serious offense? And that's always been my goal. And so how do we do that? It goes back to the whole reimagining the criminal justice system. That goes to training our prosecutors to read between the lines. It goes to me as a state attorney, actually going out in the community and actually holding DCF accountable, holding our various other stakeholders accountable that are supposed to help these children, but these children aren't getting the help that they actually need. These are things that I can do as a stakeholder to actually bring everyone to the table and try to strengthen some of our institutions that are supposed to help these children, to keep these children out of the system.
You're mute.
You're on mute, Angel.
Thank you for that, State Attorney Pryor. I would love to follow up on that, but we're reimagining justice in under an hour, and we're going to start wrapping it up. I'm just thankful that at least it took us to the mid 2014s or 15s to declare that life sentences without a murder charge is unconstitutional for anyone who committed a crime when they were juveniles. That means that prosecutors were sending juveniles to prison for life without some life even being taken. And it was okay in our country. And it took a court to tell us that it wasn't okay. I think as a community and as a country, we could say it isn't okay. And we don't even have to reimagine what doesn't exist. Sadly, the limits of our imaginations look to Europe, and Western industrialized countries have long abandoned those, what would be considered cruel and now finally unusual punishments. So as we wrap up, my final question to you all is, what alternatives to prosecutions? Well, let me rephrase that. I'm going to wrap up with what call to action, what are you working on, and what call to action would you like folks to take? Where can they go? What can they do? And what would you like to see more of, so that we can achieve some of these things, so that legislators in the Capitol are welcoming you, State Attorney Fernandez Rundle, when you come there, because they know you have the support of their constituents, right? What can we do if our, unfortunately, precincts and the way that our electoral districts are structured, such that people who are not impacted by policing or prosecution have an outsized voice? What can we do on the back end? Maybe have community civilian oversight boards from those communities. What are some of the things that you would like to see, and what can people do to help achieve some of these imaginative ideas? And I'll go to you, Ms. Fernandez Rundle.
Thank you, Angel. This sort of brings me, we're going to continue to do what we do within our offices and with our stakeholders, right? We're going to get past this COVID and open up. But I think the real challenge that I'm sure my colleagues feel, Monique and Harold, because they're very compassionate, wonderful people, is I'm very concerned about the relationship between our police departments who choose to protect and serve and the community. And I'm very concerned about the lack of trust. I mean, the police feel bad about it and the community feels bad about it. There's got to be a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think that we as state attorneys because we are leaders in our community, because we are part of law enforcement and we're part of the community, that we need to help it along. And one of the things that I hate to sort of say that I haven't asked, and Monique and Harold already know this, they've been so good, they're gonna have to hear it again, but I worked really hard with the community on a continuing justice reform commission that we put together. So it's everywhere from faith-based, ACLU, all the way to the police. I have 35 police departments here, plus a lot of other law enforcement partners. And we came up with what we think is a very reasonable, forward-thinking policing bill. And it's right now pending in our Senate and in our House. And it's any assistance that any of you can give it. I mean, Harold and Monique have already seen it. I think Harold supports it. I think Monique, in concept, if nothing else, these are good things that we can do. And I think the legislature also, hopefully, is looking for addressing this issue. And it's simple things that we all know will make it better for the officers and better for the residents they come in contact with. De-escalation, giving them more techniques on how to do that. You know, how do you do distance, duty to intervene, more training, more cultural sensitivity and implicit bias. So all of these things we all know have to occur. And so I'm just hopeful that my little part that I'm trying to do with our legislature on that issue and working with my partners in law enforcement and the community, that we can accomplish that this session.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Rundle. Monique, some parting words?
Yes, thank you again so much for having me. You know, my position on this is that we need to begin to understand as a society that criminal justice reform and public safety are not mutually exclusive of each other, that we can reform our criminal justice system in the areas in which it is shown to be broken. And we can also increase, not just maintain, but increase public safety by doing so. That this is not a partisan issue, that it's not a Republican or Democrat issue, that it is a societal issue, and that we all want to live safe, and that in order for us to do so, we have to do something different to get something different. So those are the things that I'd like to see, and I thank you all, my co-panelists, as well as FRRC, Angel, you, and of course, Desmond, for having me. I do need to run because I have to go to another meeting, but this has been a great discussion, and I look forward to continuing it.
We're so thankful to have had you. Harold?
Look, I won't be long. I'll say this. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us, because this is an important discussion. I hope we can have a part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, and beyond, because there's so many issues that we could delve into. But what I want to say to the members of FRRC and many others that are watching this, non-members as well, we're in a unique time in our history, especially in our respective circuits, in that you have people that are serving in these positions that actually understand it, they get it. You know, I have a cousin that just got out of federal custody last year, March of last year, February of last year. I've had family members who were in and out of the criminal justice system or the prison system in this state. And so I know how it affects our lives on a day-to-day. I'm from that generation that was affected by the failed war on drugs. Many of my friends and family members who we dealt with the issues of uncles, fathers, cousins going home, and us really having our family unions affected because of this failed war on drugs, because there was no nuance or being able to read between the lines and actually look at the people that they're dealing with as people, as human beings, as individuals. And so you have someone in office, you have someone serving as a chief law enforcement officer in Pryor County who understands it, who gets it. So now we have a seat at the table. And as Senator Shevrin Jones has always said, and he said that his father imparted upon him, that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're more than likely on the menu. And so I want each and every one of you to know that you have a seat at the table. And I plan to have no one on that table as a menu or item on the menu, but rather as someone who can sit at the table, give input, and be a part of an informed discussion to reform the system. And so when there are issues, you shouldn't have to feel that you need to go to the media and put it out there. But now you have my number. You know where I am. You have members who are connected to me where we can sit down and talk and discuss things and work things out and actually reform the system. And so it's time for us to put our meeting shoes on and our meeting hats on and start working through these issues and actually effectuating change. And this is an opportunity of a lifetime that we've never had. And I welcome each and every one of you to the table. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you going forward.
Well, and we thank you for coming and sitting with us and listening to us, formerly incarcerated leaders here in Florida. Kathy, you did it. Monique did it. Harold, you've done it, and other prosecutors here in Florida who have decided that they want to be smart on justice. And the reality is that I think what I'm hearing here is something that we often say on the ground, is that healthy communities are safe communities, right? But not all safe communities are necessarily healthy. We could become North Korea. We could get to the place where everybody is monitored, surveilled, frisked, and patted, and there isn't one potential violent crime happening, but doesn't mean that that's a healthy community. But every healthy community is a safe community. And how do we know that? We look at many communities around our state, and there are plenty that have not had to experience one violent crime in that area, and they're thriving and they're doing well, right? They have economic opportunities, they have child daycare, they have on-demand drug rehab if necessary for themselves, right? And it is those things that oftentimes can make the difference. And I think what I'm hearing here today is that we are not going to prosecute our way out of violence. We're not going to prosecute our way out of homelessness. We're not going to prosecute our way out of drug addiction. We tend to deal with those things in that way, but it is an outdated way of dealing with it. There are more better data-driven ways to do that. And if I just frame this in a way, if prosecution and policing and prison were something, they would be, if there were a phone, they would be the flip phone. They're obsolete. There's a lot better operating systems and methods of how to do this that actually dignifies the members, the neighbors, the parents, the uncles, the brothers and sisters, the children in our community, the grandkids who are making bad decisions as a response to their environment, but it doesn't have to be their last decision. They can make better ones if given an opportunity. And I think we started that conversation. Let's do this again. It doesn't end here by far. I'm really thankful for you all taking the time to not only be part of this panel, this is obvious, but for being leaders that are listening to some of the folks that are directly impacted and taking us into account, and not just having us at a table without eating, but being part of the conversation. And I think there's a lot of greater things to do. And I think we could continue being a model in your own little pockets of Florida for others to follow. And again, I want to thank you all. And all of the viewers, I want to welcome you to go to our website if you want to learn more about the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. And we hope to see you again in Reimagining Justice 2022.
Thank you, Angel. Bye, Harold. Say hi to Desmond. I got his book here.
Yes, thank you, Angel. Take care.
These panels keep getting better and better. I really enjoyed that conversation that Angel just had with our state attorneys. It really opened my eyes, and I learned some new things about what reimagining prosecution looks like. It made me look at it a little different. Neil, how did you feel about that?
I gotta say, I was taking notes. I just kept learning and learning and learning all along this conversation. That was fantastic with the way that Angel helped lead the conversation from the returning citizen perspective and talked with 3 state attorneys who have very important jobs in our state and who know criminal justice and the legal justice system from the ground up. And I thought that conversation was a sign of just good things to come for our future panels. And you guys just want to stay here because the best is yet to come.
No
all up in Supreme Court, fighting for amendment vote. Screaming, let my people vote. We canvassing from door to door. We seeking 100% of citizens returning. This more than just a presidential election, we're concerning the county commission, the judges, sheriffs, and state attorneys. Now that we get a voice in this vote, they nervous. FRRC, FRRC, all vote, all voice. That's you, that's me. FRRC, FRRC, that's you, that's me. That's you, that's me. One vote, all voice, all dream, man. Come together as a team. All these votes matter. 1.5 million returning citizens. We done got over 80-something thousand.